asking me about body counts, and I answered, the usual 3, oh, we're live, so we'll stop talking about how many people we've killed. Right, yes,
Anyway,
live.
that's why we need
Killed?
to abolish
That's what
driver's licenses.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
welcome
Shrimp.
to
This
the
entire time, I
Libertarian
thought you've been
Conference.
talking. I thought your claims of having a massive body count were you proclaiming to be a gigantic whore.
No, just a homicidal maniac.
Excellent.
Depending on
Excellent.
your
It's funny how
inclinations,
those
you can
two
always
things
follow one
often
with the other.
overlap.
I mean, why not? Yeah, mixing business with pleasure, not a bad thing.
So just like an ancient warrior, that's basically how you get more wives. Got it.
Exactly. Right.
Hmm.
Of course, this
Look
is
at
all
me,
perhaps-
I am the husband now.
Are we perhaps discovering that the evolution of the murder hobo is the murder slut?
Perhaps. Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, we are back. We're playing D&D and not at all talking about killing people. We're going to kill people in a game
Indeed.
instead, which we were talking about anyway, because we wouldn't be actually. Do not crime people. Crime is bad.
Indeed.
Well, let's
Killing
kill
is
will
only
rise again.
permitted when killing is only permitted within imaginary circumstances.
Or when you absolutely positively have to boog.
Hmm.
He lives on in our hearts.
1776
Yes,
will
but-
rise again, etc.
Yes, but technically we're not supposed to endorse that.
I endorse winning.
Technically.
I endorse winning, and therefore it becoming a legal revolution that starts a fresh new country. The Magna Carta was begotten through force of arms. 1776
It
and
was.
the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights was got through force of arms. Force of arms has to be the ultimate use of, will. You always need to have it there. You can't just go, oh, I'll write a letter to my MP, because he can wipe his arse with it and flush it down the toilet and nothing else. If that's all you've got, you're basically a dog at that point. You may as well just call yourself a
Yeah.
pet and wear a leash.
Something that a lot of people don't seem to realize is that when it comes to committing to violence, you have to commit to the violence. For when you start, typically you tend not to stop until a whole lot of people are dead.
It has to be done, and it has to be done to win, and it has to be done for righteous.
This is what the left-leaning mind doesn't seem to understand.
Oh, some of them do. Some of them do. I seem to remember an awful lot of people with a left-leaning mind in, say, Russia and North Korea and China, leaning into that one very strongly. And it was very nasty for a lot of people. But, they have
Hmm.
a country now, I guess. I don't agree with their methodologies, but it has to be said it is the final resort.
Anyway,
Indeed.
about D&D.
I'm supposed to get into these after people, after a couple of hours when, Oh well,
So-
this one's going to get banned if anyone watches it, but no worries there then. Right.
Indeed. They're talking about restricted topics. It started out as a joke, didn't it?
Look,
Anyway,
yeah.
who wants to give us all a recap as to the events of the previous sessions?
I mean, I did write a song for as a recap of the last sessions. I don't know if anyone bothered to listen to it. I know.
I did. I just
yeah.
don't remember it.
I was.
Nope.
I wasn't aware of such a song.
I will.
Then again, I am aware of the previous event session of the previous session's events. So
if you go into where D&D room is in the server is if you go into the channel directly below, which is D&D room Bards songs, you will find in there a song called Where Legends Stand. I will post it up onto the YouTube channel. But that Where Legends Stand is a recap in song format of last week's session, where we went to the
4 minutes long.
aerial plane. We found some shiny rocks, and then found some old ruins, and then fought some air elementals. Maybe not exactly in that order, but they were kind of there guarding it. We had a bit of a ruckus, and then we stole some more rocks, and then buggered off home. Is that right? Isn't it? But the
You
song does
also
it better.
found what you presume to be some form of archaeological site.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, with that recap having taken place, I'm going to now distribute the one instance of DM inspiration that the party gets per session. So, are you all aware of what DM inspiration is?
Yeah, it's a reroll.
Pretty much.
Much it's a reroll. So,
Isn't it a
You
reward for
c-
impressing the dungeon master?
no, it isn't. Pardon me. So,
Fine, I think.
at the end of the previous session, you all use the various thunderstones as well as the relative lack of gravity within the elemental plane of air to catapult yourselves across the great expanse, being very careful not to look down, and veritably slamming yourself with with varying amounts of cataclysmic force into the aisle, but in which you were supposed to be retrieved via the great gateway that would be
yeah.
summoned forth to bring you home.
That's right. Bobby had to basically save half of them because they were all half dead by the time they.
It was
Right.
only thanks to a particularly high acrobatics check that you were able to avoid not only any damage for yourself, but also reducing the amount of damage that your allies took. Something which I do believe saved Cardgar from being rendered into paste.
It did.
Death by landing.
High acrobatics. I got a 20 in my dexterity and a 21 in my acrobatics. Yeah, I was in no danger. I mean Bobby. No, I am not Bobby. Bobby is short.
Oh, you also were in no danger.
I mean, true. Motch, you have an image. It's a good image as well.
Yes, Kiki made it last session. Or maybe the one before.
Oh.
It's
Oh,
been a
Motch
while.
has had a makeover.
What might this be? This is something that I don't believe I've seen.
Haven't you? Everyone was taking the piss out of me for Reeve not having a character token being like the default one, and Kiki made me an image for him.
He looks like a
Yes, I
Harry
remember everybody taking the piss.
Looks a bit like if Harry Sissons became a bard.
Where was this post?
No, I don't want to go to the Navy SEAL.
It's not posted. It's in Roll20.
Oh,
Where's this image you guys were talking about?
It's on the game.
Oh, in the game. In the game, yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, I thought it was something new, not the thing from last week. Gotcha.
Oh, yes, that one. The one that looks vaguely like a twink.
That's what I said.
He did.
So, as you all pile back in through the celestial gateway that is summoned forth to bring you home, you find yourself arriving in the same room that you had originally departed from. Taking a quick look around, you see that it appears as though that not a whole lot has changed. It still appears as though the room is largely empty, with the exception of what you are only going to assume is another expeditionary party. A selection of humans as well as a single dwarf seem to be hanging about nearby and seemingly preparing a small selection of equipment that you see with them.
Tall folk.
Indeed.
At least one of them looks alright.
Hmm.
You got a problem with
By the
dwarves, haven't you? Cardwell just kind of like gives you a raised eyebrow.
I grin.
I just need to
I've
swap
got,
over my
this is
earphones
the first
around.
for you. You may not realise, but I am a dwarf, you know.
I'd noticed. Can't be helped.
You get another critical look from him. So if I wasn't so beaten up right now, I'd I'd have to get you to do something about that.
Beaten up, I saved your life. You were going to be paced.
I mean, just imagine a card goal was only 5 hit points right now.
You mean I could mock you to death inside 2 rounds?
You could try.
Uh,
Wouldn't be a good idea.
I don't know, actually, these days. Bobby's getting a bit on the tasty side as far as combat.
Right. Now I can hear you again. What terrible machinations have you planned?
Oh, I'm just
Oh,
threatening
we came
Karkar.
up with as a way to reverse entropy.
Mm-hmm.
A way to reverse entropy. I wonder if it would use similar mechanics to how it's already done in game.
I wouldn't know. How's it done in game?
You don't know.
There's no reversing entropy. There is just more entropy.
There's the illusion of reversal of entropy at a small scale.
Yes.
So, tell me, what are the party's plans for today's session?
Well, I think for a start, most of the people here need a long rest because expenditure of spells and taking of critical amounts of damage is probably weighing on their minds. That, and they're probably bleeding all over the floor, etc.
No, it's all internal bleeding.
Ah,
Hmm.
I don't know. Does anybody
A quick
have any
night.
plans? We should probably get an after action report in and see what they want to and how they want to pay us for our diligent duties. But
Well,
you know,
the the comically round gnome that had been accompanying you, the Riker Hoffen that you had been previously with, has seemingly found the small wooden board that he seemingly rides around on and just simply rolled off without so much as a goodbye.
he's a kind of gnomish version of the Mekon, isn't he?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know who the Mekon is? Oh my god.
I'm going to guess that this is some early 2000s, possibly late 90s TV show reference.
It's not. It's an 80s/90s and possibly before, but definitely 80s comic book reference. That is the Mekon.
Oh, I see.
He has like a
kind of.
little floating platform that he wanders around and gesticulates and tries to take over the universe with.
No, this is a no. The look of Riker is that he looks as though he could have at once been a relatively normal looking gnome, minus the fact that he is oddly dark skinned and also hilariously fat. When I say hilariously fat, by the way, I mean it's quite possible that he might actually be wider than he is tall.
Good character. Yes.
Anyway,
far too nice in the previous image. He is definitely an alien that is off taking over the world. You know what's sad about that picture, Cope, is that now that is kind of my reality. Not quite, but not far off. Need to do more sit-ups. And by more, I mean some.
You need to start sitting up. I can't make fat jokes. I'm far more wide than everybody else in the room right now.
You think fat people make the best fat jokes?
They are fat
You think
jokes when
so?
you think about it.
Uh
Do we have to get the short guy with the tuba?
huh.
So yes, if you don't have any questions or plans, it doesn't take too long for the operator of the terminal that you presume controls whether the gate opens or not, calls over to you and says, "Is everything okay?"
Yeah, just go back. What do we do now?
Yeah, so we're kind of wondering when we get paid.
Hmm. That
Oh,
and we
I see.
have things to report and, after action reports and so on. The classic debrief, I guess.
Well, your handler is. You see, she checks her notes and says, Professor Lysander. Like you should go and speak with him. Will you?
Do we
You
remember
know the
how to
way
get
there.
to his office?
Yeah, I think we know the way there.
Roll.
It's where we came from, wasn't it?
Yeah, I won't make you roll a history check for that.
I'm going to do it anyway.
All right.
Oh, damn it.
Cardgar is quite
I was
confident.
hoping to get a bad roll.
Cardgar is quite confident that he knows the way.
All right, fellows, come on, this way. He's going to start heading over in the direction, not looking back. If you guys follow, you follow.
It doesn't take too long for you to find yourselves passing in front of the main entrance area of the university's entrance, and eventually making your way over to the familiar dimensional pocket space that is the entrance to Professor Lysander's office.
All right.
Stepping through.
Yes,
Oh.
I'm going to step through. That's what I was going to say.
Okay. Stepping through, you find yourself going through that same somewhat uncomfortable, but at least you're getting used to its sensation of having gravity invert on you. And eventually you find yourself positioned at the entrance to Lysander's office, except on the other side. The professor is sat there at his desk, seemingly observing the happenings going on across the way into the large space that I described at the beginning of the previous session. And seemingly has either failed to notice you enter or has simply chosen not to acknowledge you.
Did anyone come with me? Just checking.
Yeah.
So I'll give him a moment, and when nothing, I'll just clear my throat loudly, and then say, "We did the job."
He turns around and says, excellent, excellent. I don't suppose you've been told about what's supposed to happen after this, are you?
I assume you're going to give us our reward.
Did find some interesting ruins whilst we were over there.
Oh,
Yes, and some big stones.
tell me
about the
more. Tell me
stones.
more.
The ruins.
He seemingly begins fully taking note of your intent to provide information at this point, pulling out a small pad and a pen.
Well, in lieu of playing him the song, I'll produce the. They weren't rubbings, were they? They were actual identical copies, taken on the psychic paper of the frescoes and ruin scribings, and show him them. Essentially, and go. Seems to be a shrine to Zephyros and Charybdis. Seems unusual, doesn't it?
He takes a look at this and seemingly you can see his brow furrows for a moment and says, "This is definitely odd. Yep, I will have to get this investigated more thoroughly. Besides these recreations of the murals, what else were you able to find in the area?"
Should we tell them
As
about
much
the
information
stones?
as you can.
Yeah, well, we'll describe the area. There were a couple of air elementals there that tried to attack us. We demonstrated to them that that was a terrible idea.
We made short work of them.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
there any information that you explicitly leave out?
I'm not
Do
sure we
we
want
want
to tell
to
them
talk about the fountain?
I was going to say I'm not. We talk about the fountain. I'm not sure we talk about the stones that we've nicked.
No, but we can talk about a fountain that mysteriously just bubbles water when what's
Yeah.
his name? Riker said it shouldn't.
Yeah.
So you tell him about the fountain, but you don't tell him that you found the source of the water, and thusly leave out the information about having these extra little pebbles of seemingly infinite water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. He seems to make a mental note of all of this and then says, "So I could see here that this depiction, this artistic rendition. I can think of a few places that this could potentially be, but there's no way to know for sure. Were there more? What was there more? Was there more?"
There might have been, but we weren't able to stay much longer.
Yeah, we were
We-
kind of short on time. After the fight against the air elementals, etc., we only had about 45 minutes to explore the place. So we
Yes, I can see. I can
took-
see why.
we took some
Wait,
notes.
didn't we name the shrine?
There was an awful lot of discussion about naming the shrine.
All right.
Can't remember what the final verdict was.
I mean, I just basically came up with the what did I name the scroll? Scroll of Storm Pact Shrine is what I'd called it in lieu of any other name. There's some talk about naming it after us, but it seems to be some sort of pact between two of the elder gods that wouldn't have expected. I didn't want to confuse the name of the shrine by calling it something that it wasn't.
Well, as you say this, he looks at you and says, "And where exactly did you come up with the name? Just making some broad assumptions?"
Well, based on what's written here, it seems to be some sort of pact between the two elder gods, the air goddess of air and the fairly evil god of the sea. Both chaotic, but one's good, one's evil. They seem to have come to some sort of agreement here. I couldn't make out all of the details of what was written there because I only had a comprehend languages spell, but I certainly don't speak whatever scribble that is. But it seemed fit.
I also don't know. I also don't know how to make sense of it, but I can see that it appears to be a form of primordial.
Indeed. Can I cast? Cast a spell that comprehend languages on him?
I believe
Really?
it's a self-only spell.
It is. It's you.
But presumably his comprehension will be the same as you if you cast it on yourself. It's a nuance that you don't get.
For the duration,
I
you understand the
see. I
literal
see.
meaning.
It was
Yeah.
fully buried.
Yeah.
It was partially buried. Right.
Yes.
Well then, I think I might know what your next assignment is going to be.
Go on.
I think I'm going to have to accompany you to be brought over to this particular find of yours. Certainly been a while since the last time I went on an extraplanar excursion.
Excellent.
Do you know how to do the reality thing? Because we might need someone to do that.
Oh yes, I can most certainly do that, but admittedly, the field that I'm able to project only goes about 15 feet. Riker is able to project one that goes up to 40 feet. He's very proficient with that. But in either case, I believe that there is a reward of sorts in store for the lot of you. So,
Like rewards.
your reward can come in a couple of forms. Either you could have just a certain amount of gold, or you could be given access to some of the facilities inside of the university, or perhaps or perhaps you could even have a lodgings provided for you, if that's what would be your preference. What is it that you're looking for? We may be able to, I'm sure we'll be able to figure something out for you.
Guys, what do you reckon?
That's a good question.
I'm thinking maybe they'd be willing to give us all an enchant on our instruments. I mean, we did find the largest thunderstone they've ever seen.
I mean, possibly. Yeah. We've got lodgings at the pub, but that does seem to be a constant, essentially thing that we have to travel to and from. Being able
Are
to.
you discussing this in character, by the way?
We could do.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I would do lodging. Sounds like a good idea. Although an enchantment might be nice. I mean, how many more of these missions have we got? If we've got a lot, maybe we can sort of clock up some credit and have something really big at the end of it. Or what do you think?
At this, you see he stifles a small laugh, but that's you carry on speaking.
And what do you think, guys? I mean, I'm not the only one here.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking lodgings would depend on how long we're going to stay around and do more missions, or if we want to explore the world more.
Right.
Well, let me just tell you that you are dealing with literally multiple universes worth of potential places to visit and document. If you're worried about potentially running out of places to go, trust me, that is not a potential restricting factor here. This particular role that you find yourself in is one that will last you for the rest of your natural lives. It certainly lasted mine.
Hey.
I asked Lysander if we can if the party and we can huddle a bit and discuss.
You wish to discuss without me being present?
It's a
Well,
big decision, one way or another.
I don't mind, but we
Well,
do have to
there
get
is-
some rest at some point because half of us, as you can see, are on the verge of keeling over after having a bit of a iffy landing.
yes, I can see that you are somewhat depleted, both magically and otherwise. How about we sort you out with some high quality lodgings that you would have access to on a permanent basis, and aside from that, we can get you sorted out with. You mentioned that you wanted some gear being enchanted. Depending on the nature of it, we may be able to get something along those lines sorted out. Besides that, I suppose a stipend of, say, 70 gold pieces to the lot of you combined would suffice for the purposes of buying yourself various bits and pieces and such.
Fair enough.
Cool.
Not a tremendous amount of money, I'm sure you agree, but trust me, once you have managed to spend whatever you need in order to deal with acquiring various services with the university, the total monetary value that we're able to give you on a mission-per-mission basis certainly can amount to quite the amount. Especially if you're willing to go through hazard pay.
Like the sound of that?
No, I don't.
Life without a little excitement.
Safe and long. Now, give me just a moment. And you see he picks up a wand and proceeds to twiddle it around a little bit before saying to you, right, I've sent off a message to the front desk. Go and speak to Cassandra, and she's at the front desk. She will get you directed to a set of lodgings that will be adequate for you and yours. Also, I'm understanding that you have acquired a selection of beasts to travel with, as well as a bear.
Yes.
I presume that you would prefer such beasts to be kept within the grounds of the menagerie?
Indeed. If that is possible. It seems apt that the beasts will be kept in a menagerie. Don't you think?
Indeed. They can be secured in lodgings that would be considered luxury for their respective species.
Smashing.
Sounds good to me.
Are there any surprises that we need to know about regarding the various beasts that you have, or are they as they seem?
I mean, the horses are horses, the bear's a bear.
And the
Don't
dog...
treat the bear like a horse and you should be fine.
Yep, the doggos are pretty much...
The doggos
Okay,
are
but
in
then
his house.
they are conventional. They are conventional dogs, not bleak dogs or something to that effect.
No, just big mastiff dogs.
Just big dogs. Good to know. He pulls out the wand again and sends off another message. You at this point presume he's using the spell sending. You wish to have some form of accommodation capable of allowing your animal to stay with you. I suppose that can be arranged.
I got asked for the same thing.
Kiki, are you speaking?
She's speaking via text because of the issues with, speakers and microphones.
I mean, it shouldn't be a problem if I'm upstairs. She shouldn't be echoing.
You always just unmute while you're talking. Oh wait, not in the VC.
Yeah, she's not in the voice chat right now. I presume that she is listening to our conversation via the YouTube stream.
I've no idea. She's downstairs. I'm upstairs.
Kiki, why don't you try rejoining the D&D room? If you two are in separate rooms, I can't imagine there'd be much of an issue regarding echo.
Yeah. Also,
Perfect.
it's awful trying to do a recording and keeping a recorded sort of log of stuff that's going off when people are just typing in a chat that isn't on the screen.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure why you'd asked me to drop out, and I'd asked you to remind me let me know when I could pop back in, and I think
He
you'd
asked
forgotten.
you to drop out. He asked you to mute.
I asked you to mute when I was downstairs. It was echoing.
Yeah, I asked you to
Right.
mute because we were hearing him twice. Well, he was hearing himself.
Right. I know. I was listening to the stream and I was typing.
Yeah.
May I use a why you like this? Is this appropriate, guys?
No.
Look, we've already established that Kiki is a pony, Adam.
It's
She
all
might.
good.
She might be. She might be.
But yeah, I have my I have my parlor that I can keep the dog in when I'm not taking it for walks or
Mhm.
doing any kind of missions.
If you say this to Lysander, he nods and says, "Very well, that is acceptable."
You mentioned there was an option to keep our pets somewhere accessible to us within the lodgings.
Indeed, there is. But are you sure you want a bear to be kept in your lodgings?
That's the only way he'll learn.
I'm fairly sure I'm not that comfortable having a creature that is twice the size of me and very capable of eating me wandering around in my lodgings. But
That's
Oh,
no
come now,
fine way.
I look over at Bobby and just cough. Mastiff.
That's
It's
no fine
safer.
way to talk about the fellow dwarf.
It's safer than spending the
Rumble.
night with a man.
I was thinking that joke too, actually.
Carl is convinced he can train this bear to be a noble steed.
Well, if you wish, I can try to get such arrangements sorted for you, but whilst having a trained animal like a hound is perfectly acceptable under certain circumstances, a bear is less so.
He made the offer.
You will have to sign some form of waiver to ensure that any damages that the bear incurs upon the property will be covered for expense by yourself.
Maybe there's someone here that's working on some sort of spell that allows for psychic control of animals, and you could just render the bear senseless and just have it as a remote control bear. That
I
you
mean,
can.
I do have a spell for this. What is it? Animal friendship.
Animal friendship is not what I'm talking about.
Oh, what are you thinking of? Like remote control?
Yeah, literally remote control. You know, go into trance, take over brain of bear, wander around as bear for a bit.
Oh, that could be.
Have
Is
bear,
that a thing, Lysander?
have
You-
bear as basically senseless when you're not doing that, so it just sort of sits in the corner and drools.
I've heard of people doing that sort of thing, but they generally do it with people after they've passed on.
Yeah, I'm pretty
You
sure.
are, just to be clear, I will let you know that what you are proposing is research into the suppression of the soul. That is explicitly illegal.
But it's a bear. Do
Hmm.
bears have souls? I mean,
Yes.
people eat them. You don't eat things with souls.
Yes, you
People
do.
eat halflings.
Every living creature that you have ever met has the potential to have a soul.
Doubt.
Ah, the potential. Now that's where it comes down to.
Only
The
hu-
potential means that it is born with one and it only departs when the creature is slain.
Exactly,
That
and we don't
potential
eat
just
them
has
alive.
It is well known that only halflings and those that have similar halfling characteristics, halflingoid, if you will, are possessed with a soul. Whether they be taller like you lot, or of the normal size like us. Those are the only things that have souls. Unless, of course, they have pointy ears, in which case, if they're elves, they don't.
At this point, Lysander does something that you've never seen him do before. He looks at you with an expression of pity.
Is Lysander an elf?
He is.
I grin.
Oh, yeah. Did we know that before Trigg's exclamation? Like, is he obviously elf?
He is quite obviously elf.
I noticed
he
it.
is.
I knew it, and I know damn well that this is mocking, of course, and say it with a big cheeky grin on face.
Quite
Make a will
vicious,
save
if
for
you ask
that.
me.
He looks at you with an expression that is clearly trying to transmit the "oh, you silly child." and then proceeds to say, I understand that the education out in the wilderness is limited at best, but you should know that whatever you have learned is in fact false.
I'll
So-
go give them a
I've-
sympathetic look.
So you're telling me
I would be.
that a fish that has a soul?
Yes, it does.
How about the worm that crawls upon the ground?
Yes, it does.
Does the worm have lesser soul than the fish?
Yes, it does.
Hmm.
Generally speaking, the efficacy of a given creature's soul is limited by its intelligence and its size.
Does that mean a dwarf has a bigger soul than a halfling?
Potentially, especially if the dwarf is of a more intelligent factor, though in my experience, trends tend
He gives you a
to...
critical look, just in case you say anything he disapproves of. He rests his hand on his ear splitter, just casually. Well,
I see
what's
that
that you understand?
I see that you're trying to intimidate me.
He's not. No,
If you
he's
do not
not
wish-
trying to intimidate. He's not
if you do
trying to
not-
intimidate.
If you do not wish to be educated, you're more than welcome to leave.
Are you
He's
suggesting that
he's resting his hand casually on it.
Are you suggesting that us small folk have got smaller souls than you tall folk?
Indeed. At least typically. It's also worth noting that the power of a soul and the size of a soul are not intrinsically linked.
Argar takes out his ear splitter and plays a few chords on it, just to demonstrate the amount of soul we have.
He looks at you with, I wouldn't say confusion, but with patience. Waits for you to finish your chords. And then once you're finished, he continues on as if nothing had happened and says, if you wish to learn more about these particular subjects, I'd be perfectly happy to educate you. But as your friend here, and he gestures towards Bobby, previously said, the lot of you, especially you, Master Dwarf, are looking rather unpleasant. There are rooms waiting for you and rest to be had.
I mean, he always looks like that. Rest isn't going to help, but yeah, we'll probably do with some
Certain things are left unsaid.
rest.
Argar gives you a non. He slaps you on the back, but not hard enough to do any damage. He says, "Oi."
You owe me one. I saved your life.
That's why I didn't hit you as hard as I could.
That means you get a
So-
ribbing every now and then now.
If there is
Ah.
anything that you guys want to cover, we can. But if you would prefer, we could simply skip through the process of you going to the front desk, speaking to Cassandra, getting your lodging sorted, etc., long rest, so on and so forth. We could skip over all of that, or we can cover it in detail if you so wish.
I'm happy for us to skip to end of long rest and then have a quick chat on what we want to do next.
Groovy. Click to long rest. Our lodgings, are they particularly luxurious? Are they nice? Do we...
They aren't excessively luxurious, but to your party, they look as though that they are maybe a step below the kind of lodgings that you saw in the particularly wealthy house that you visited when you did the scam/performance.
Okay.
Is it nicer than my parlour?
It is considerably nicer than the parlor.
Does it have a bear in it?
Yours does. And
I-
that being a point, each of you have your own separate lodgings.
Oh gosh, you'll make a fuss of the bear.
I'm
When you say
presuming
make a
there are-
fuss, Does the fussing of the bear include, or specifically does not include, copious amounts of food?
Not initially, but eventually, slowly training the bear to understand that this behaving leads to food.
Roll me an animal handling check.
Okay. And can I use animal friendship to buff that if need be?
You can if you want to.
All right. Animal handling.
Okay. Thanks to the use of the animal friendship, you are able to ensure that that the bear does not, shall we say, throw a tantrum. However, you are also fairly confident that while you are making progress, you suspect that it's going to take at least a little while for the bear to grasp the concept of contact with a humanoid creature does not necessarily mean food.
As long as he's not having a tantrum, it's progress. Carl got stubborn, so he's not going to give up in one day. In fact,
But
if
yes.
I don't mention it every time we take a long rest, can you just assume he's making efforts to train the bear?
Sure. And regarding the bear,
Yes.
because of the specific requests that you've made, it is going to be locked in your lodgings whilst you are not there. Assuming you do not take it with you, of course.
I was going to say, what if I take it with? But yeah, I shall take it with me when it is viable.
All right then.
I'm presuming
That said, what were you going to say, Kiki?
I'm presuming there are other people at the university who have pets themselves. So I'm going to, if that is the case, make myself in my time there an established face on the dog walking routes, and see if I can pick up any gossip or hints of information around the university in my time that I stay there.
Sure. I will have to come up with some details as to interesting gossip. But there is one thing I will be able to say straight off the get-go. Fizz is by far the largest animal there, with the exception of Trig's dog, of course. Tank, that's the one.
I am so tempted to take the bear on the dog walk.
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be permitted.
Well, I'll put on a leash.
Speaking of the dog walks, by the way, would you be riding Fizz and Tank when you go on these dog walks?
Fucking
Or would you be... Thought so. Yes, what is worth noting, by the way, in the short time that you've had these animals, is that Fizz and Tank are both seemingly reluctant to show conventional dog-like behaviors and you know how a dog will go out of its way to try and show that it's friendly, it wants to be your friend, it's big, it's bounding, it's energetic, you know, they like pleasing people. These dogs aren't like that. It appears as though from the mannerisms that you've been able to observe over the last few days that all of these tendencies have largely been trained out of them.
So, as far as I understand with like police dogs and the like, they're trained in such a way that they have essentially a work mode and a play mode. That you switch between via something like, for example, when they're wearing their work lead, they are in work mode, and when you take it off, they are the family pet. Although still, you know, is there something to that degree that we can train into them?
It's possible that you might be able to train something like that into them, but using your play mode versus work mode analogy, it appears as though these two particular animals have been trained to be in work mode at all times, at the very least from what you have seen. It's possible that they become more relaxed when you are not in the when you are not in their perception, when you're not around, but who knows?
Because we were not just, well, I certainly wasn't just buying a combat and riding mount. I was buying a friend, so to speak, as in this area it is still a legal practice.
Indeed. It's basically what I'm saying, Kiki, is that you have bought a trained war dog.
Yeah.
You can give it additional training on to be a friend, but it would require that additional training.
Yes, which is what I'm hoping to accomplish with things like during the dog walks, if I can.
There are several students, by the way, who admire these animals for the sake of them being trained war animals. Like, lots of wows and that's very cools and things of that nature.
Damn, that's a big dog.
There are many such comments. There's also a couple of girls who seem to give musings of how does he control it and things of that nature. You get the impression that some of the students here are not familiar with the concept of a war dog.
Is this
So that being said,
looking at essentially?
No, it's actually more modern looking than that.
Huh.
Think surprisingly modern looking, just without the electric fittings, and instead they have these glowing stone fittings that you're able to toggle on and off by just simply flicking them with the tip of your finger. And instead of the things like a telephone and a TV and things of that nature, it's just there is no replacement. It's expected that if you want to make communications, that you have some method of being able to do so from a magical standpoint. But yes, that said, what else is there that your party wants to do? Bear in mind, you were given a stipend of 70 gold pieces. Well, not a stipend, but a reward for your previous excursions.
Was it 70 each? Or was it 70?
It was 70 for the party.
Good lords. Okay.
Yeah, chump change.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. As the professor said, though, a large amount of the reward was diverted into basically you now have private residences within the university grounds, and you've also claimed that you want to get some gear looked at.
We also have magic water rocks.
Yes, but you didn't inform him of that, so that hasn't been taken into account for your rewards.
We did get a load of thunderstones as well.
Did we not? I thought we were going to be giving him the 3 that we weren't using.
No, we left those in the fountain.
No, we had 3 in the. No, we left some in the fountain. We had 1 each, and we had some to give to him.
This is why somebody should have spoken up whilst we were saying this, but everyone just kept quiet. Don't remember everything. Damn it. Fine.
If memory serves, there were 7 stones. 5 of them were used in order to effectively give yourselves infinite water skins.
Yep.
Of the 2 that were left, the larger of the 2 was left in the fountain, and the last one was kept on your person for an indeterminate purpose.
To hand in.
Keep in your pocket to make you look like you've wet yourself permanently.
No, we had one to hand in. We had two of us did the water skins. I did the water bottle, and we left the remainder in the pond.
There was only one left in the pond. I know that for a fact.
I actually thought we
thought
put
there were
more
two
than.
left.
I thought we put more than one left back in the pond.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Well, we could always try looking at the recording later, but my memory is that you put one back. By the
While
way,
this is going on, Hardgar would like to go find the stables people and arrange some arrangements so that they'll keep an eye on the bear when he's not able to.
Sure. You are informed that the only way. Oh, Trig, we can hear that.
Yeah, no, it was annoying. Dealt with.
So, righto. So, Cardgar, you are informed that you could have somebody look after the bear, but it would require that the bear is kept in more conventional keepings, i.e., not in your personal residence.
So when he's away on adventures, the bear can be in the kennels, and when he's round, it can be in the room.
If you want to have that arranged, you can.
Yep, that's what he wants.
All right. Just to be clear, it wouldn't be in kennels. It would be in a dedicated large creature cage.
That's just
Which-
another name for a kennel.
Not quite.
It's how
The kennels. The kennels are specifically like animals that are kept in storage and are trained and are domesticated and are expected to be able to be brought out in the event that a purpose for said animal is needed. The circumstances of which your bear is kept is basically the same circumstances under which the subjects being kept for study are kept. As in, like, it's kept in a dedicated space with a large number of other creatures, separated physically from those other creatures for the purposes of observation and study.
Yeah, right, fair enough.
Okay? Just making that clear. It will be safe, it might not be happy, but it will be fed. It may also get sedated if it gets particularly ornery.
Free drugs.
Carter asks that they be gentle. No, it's learning.
The animal handlers basically just they inform you that they intend to be gentle. Sedations are typically only used when they feel as though there's no other alternative. And then one of the other members says it's a cost-saving measure.
He nods. He understands.
So, all that being said, you are at some point requested by Lysander to go and speak to a particular individual over in what is referred to as the Equipment Requisitions Department. I presume you all gather together and head over to speak to such people?
Absolutely.
I like new equipment. Yeah.
Alrighty. So, You're all directed to make your way over to a area that is a little bit further down the corridor from the gate area that you originally made your first excursion into. Making your way down there, you eventually turn a corner and see a lovely-looking young blonde-haired woman who is seemingly a bit bored, but looks at you as you first appear and suddenly seemingly snaps herself out of whatever boredom that she's in and says, "Hello, welcome. What can I do for you all?"
We were told to meet here, but if you're looking bored, if you're still bored later, you can always pop around to mine, and we'll see if we can alleviate that boredom for you.
Oh no, thank you. I'm only here part time.
Fair enough.
You get the distinct impression that your offer for entertainment just completely went over her head.
Right.
She looks at you and says, "Oh, are you the new group with Professor Lysander?"
Yeah, that would be us.
Right. Okay. Right. I've got a list of things here for you. I'll be right back. And you see, and she just steps away from this kiosk of sorts, and she's still speaking to you as she's slightly out of sight, calling out to you, saying, "So, I hear that you're supposed to be going to the elemental plane of air. Is that right?"
Yep. Apparently, we've got to go back to where we went yesterday.
Righto, and just to be clear, you all don't have flight capabilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
We've got those jumpy
Okay.
thunder rock things.
Oh, you were
Featherfall, would that help?
you were flying with thunderstones, were you?
A bit, yeah.
That's brave. And sorry, what was that?
I've got some featherfall. Would that help?
I don't know.
It didn't help him yesterday. He nearly died.
Probably
That
not
is-
then. And she makes her way back over to you with a small box of vials and rings in it, and says, "Right, okay, here is a selection of items that will this should sort you out. So these rings, you put them on your finger like so," and she puts one on her finger, and you have to attune to them. But once you have, you can use it to cast fly on yourself. That will last for an hour, and that works up to 3 times a day. And yep, so these should cover you all. And see these potions here. These aren't for drinking. You pour it out over yourself, and what that does is it kind of like acts as a repellent, but not just for living things. I don't get it, but apparently you're supposed to use it if you get attacked by something that lives there, something called a sky whale.
We saw one of those. Why would they attack us?
I don't know. I've never been there. I'm just going by what I've been told.
So, say again, we pour it over ourselves when attacked by Sky Whale.
Yeah, if you find yourself being attacked by a sky whale, and specifically if it tries to eat you, then you pour this, you pop this open, you pour it over yourself, and according to this, it's a digestive deterrent.
Does it smell?
I don't know, but it says don't open unless needed. So Probably. I think that if you need to use this because you're being eaten, then you're going to get thrown up.
Right, so you're being eaten, you stick this all over yourself, and it barfs you up.
Yeah, I think that's how that works.
Gross. Good to know.
Yeah, okay, so I just need you all to sign here.
So right, just
And
for the record, fly, this ring of fly, 3 times a day is the fly spell, so target gains flying
That's
speed
right.
of 60 feet for the duration.
That's
Spell
right.
ends if the target falls, if it's still aloft. Right, and it lasts for 10 minutes. Groovy.
Mhm.
Okay. Ring of fly, 3. Do we have to hand
It
these back
certainly
in?
is. Yeah, you do. Unless you're recorded as deceased, you do have to bring them back, or else the menagerie will charge you for its replacements, and that's a lot of money.
Fair enough.
But the reason why you get given these is to make sure that you don't get recorded as deceased. So that should help.
Fair.
Right then. Oh, by the way, my name's Lucy. Pleasure to meet you all. Sorry. I think you need to get going. So, assuming that you leave when she says that,
Indeed.
you soon find yourself making your way back over to the gate room, where you see a Professor Lysander is present with you.
Alright, Prof. How's it going, me oldest?
Has he
Hello.
prepared himself with a safari outfit?
He hasn't prepared himself with a safari outfit, but he appears to be wearing a set of long robes. Fairly well fitted to him, not the excessively baggy variety, but it appears as though that they are the typical elven mage garb. And you can see that he must have some proficiency with spellcasting, as you see that he doesn't really have much in the way of equipment beyond a rather, well, the same wand that you've seen him use several times when speaking to him in his office.
Cargo
As
would ask him, as they were, why would the Skywells try and eat us?
oh, he looks at you with a genuine look of surprise and says, "I would have thought you'd know.
They like the taste of
People
wolf?
are about the same size as what they usually eat."
Huh.
You know how whales eat things that are tremendously smaller than they are? Well,
Nope.
sky whales eat things that are tremendously smaller than they are. And the typically people of the size of myself and you, who are shorter than myself, are of the approximately correct size that sky whales, if they spot a small group of you flitting through the air, might decide that you look tasty.
Does that count for just people like us, or is it all things that size? Say, for example, we get ambushed by another group of elementals. Would we be able to, should a sky whale be nearby, lure it into consuming them?
No, sky whales do not consume air elementals. Air elementals are not the same as other denizens of the elemental plane of air. Are you wouldn't happen to be familiar with Aarakocra, would you?
They're the weird bird guys, right?
Yes, they are avian in nature. What a lot of people think that they are related to conventional birds that are present in our realm, but in fact, no, they are native to the elemental plane of air. This is evident by the fact that Aarakocra have 6 limbs, which is highly unusual for such creatures.
6 limbs.
Yes, that's right. 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 wings. They are 6-limbed creatures. They come from. They look normal. They sound normal.
Hang on.
But they are from a completely different lineage, native to the elemental plane of air.
Are you counting wings as limbs? Does that mean flies have 8 limbs? Like spiders? Wouldn't that make them
Yes.
arachnids?
Technically, the wings that insects have are actually evolved from something that is not technically a limb, but the limbs that are from Aarakocra they are definitely limbs, and they are limbs in the exact same way that the wings of, say, a sparrow are limbs.
Does that mean that ducks are 4 legs instead of 2?
No, it means they have 2 legs and 2 wings for a total of 4 limbs.
Yeah, they have big flappy feathered legs.
Quite.
That they fly with by flapping or kicking their legs very fast.
Anyway,
Am
I don't suppose you've been informed of the cost saving measures for the gate network, have you?
Cost saving no.
Right.
No. We've
Okay.
been given a ring of flying and a bottle of whale puking.
Understood. I suppose it was probably my responsibility. Right. Let's sort that. And he walks over to the large structure that you guys went to earlier, and he places his hand upon this large glass sphere that seems to have not a you're thinking Van de Graaff generator. It's not one of those. It seems to have like a small ball of almost liquid-looking energy inside of it.
What, like a plasma ball thing?
Not like a plasma ball. Explicitly not like a plasma ball. If I had to describe it, imagine somebody has taken a literal star, turned it into a fluid, and put it in a ball and made it very, very small to the point where it's about the size of a beach ball.
So extraordinarily hot beach ball then.
Yes. At the very least, that's what it looks like it should appear as that. Except when you see Professor Lysander put his hand upon it and not scream in pain, you suppose that it's probably something different.
Is it not
Is
really
it still
difficult to
safe
look at? I mean, that
to
sounds
use?
very bright.
Yeah,
It is a bit
is it
bright.
still usable as a regulation ball for beach volleyball?
Probably not. This isn't a volleyball, a volleyball. This is a beach ball, and besides, it's made of glass, or at least you presume it's made of glass. And as Lysander puts his hand upon this orb, he looks at you and says, "This is a magical battery of sorts. You can channel one of your spell slots into it in order to empower it, and in doing so, that is how this entire structure is able to summon forth those gates. Each of these gates is equivalent to a 9th level spell, and even those who do not have the capacity to perform the gate spell are able to use this structure with the addition of various bits of magic from a variety of people to get it going. Most of the students end up earning themselves a little bit of extra money by donating some of their magical potential each day. But if you are confident that you do not need all of your available spells, feel free to do so. Any takers?
Sorry, could you say that again? You did what? You put spells into it, did you say?
Yes. So, okay, let me explain. Ninth, this structure is capable of condensing the magical potential that is inherent to any magically gifted individual and using it to fabricate an artificial recreation of the 9th level gate spell. That's how it works. It's able to bypass a variety of annoying restrictions that one would have to encounter when traveling the planes, and is able to be summoned to any location that a given operator is aware of.
It doesn't need a 9th level
However,
spell slot.
it doesn't need a 9th level spell slot because via the use of this magical capacitor here, it is able to formulate a 9th level spell slot by accumulating the magical potential from multiple individuals.
Can I ponder the orb for a second whilst I think about it?
You can, and you can even put your hand upon it if you decide that you want to donate some magical potential to it. Coatrack, that's excellent.
Yeah.
So, after he says this, Lysander says, personally, I'm going to provide a selection of my lower level spell slots. I'm thinking 2 third levels and a 4th. And, well, I understand that you lot don't have access to as much magical potential as I do, so feel free to do as you please. And you see as he puts his hand on it again, and you see as the light inside the orb grows brightly, and it both increases in size and also in brightness intensity for a moment before receding back to the base level that it was previously at.
What happens if I try to give it a cantrip?
Well, do you?
Yep.
You try to give it a cantrip and nothing happens. You put your power into it and you can feel as though it just kind of eats it, but it doesn't seem to grow any brighter.
Oh well.
Considering the amount of danger we faced last time and the spells we needed to expend, I'm going to pass on using that at this point in time. I level up a bit and get some fairly chunky spell slot counts, then maybe. But for the time being, it would seem silly to waste the spell slots I might need to get us out of there alive in getting us there.
We are level 4 at the moment, right?
Yeah, we're level 4.
Yeah.
You know.
Not to worry. It's just something that I figured I would inform you of. Just to be clear, the way this capacitor works is a given spell slot is equivalent to 2 of the previous level, and a first level spell slot is worth 10 gold pieces. So, as you can imagine, the costs scale up to the point of a 9th level. It gets expensive, which is why we have an entire university to help chip in.
I see. Yeah. Anybody else going to chip into it?
No, I think we need our spells.
I think we need our spells at this point in time. We used we belted out a bunch of shatters last time, and that kept us alive. But if there'd been maybe another 2, we would have been starting to run into difficulty in terms of the fight, as usual with magic.
What about
We'll
what about cantrips, by the way?
We tried cantrips; they do nothing.
Yeah, Professor Lysander, assuming you said this in character, Kiki, he just says, cantrips don't work because they do not draw a magical potential from within your own self. Instead, the nature of a cantrip is that it is effectively redirected magical potential that exists and pervades the environment. This is the reason why cantrips are not available for use when you travel to certain low mana planes.
Oh, that's good to know.
Anyway, I'd say that we've dawdled long enough. Let's make our way through.
Indeed.
And he steps his way over to the portal, and he calls out to the operator, "To the elemental plane of air, please." Oh, and just to be clear, to the same location as the one where my friends here eventually ended up. Did you end up giving the isle that you arrived at a name, by the way?
I mean,
We did, yes. It was based on the fresco we found, wasn't it?
yeah, I just
No. That was the name that you gave to the shrine, but you didn't give a name to the isle itself. Actually, the name of the shrine, you said that was what was its name?
call it Stormpact Shrine.
The Stormpact Shrine, right? Take us to the Stormpact Shrine. He calls out to the operator, and you see a thumbs up as a couple of little dials are clicked and so on and so forth, and you see the great inverted archway begins rapidly rotating, and it's a few seconds before a great cone of energy is once again manifest in front of you, and Lysander steps through it.
Fantastic, I shall follow.
I shall wait to the appropriate 6 seconds and then take a run up and jump through face first.
It's not long before you all pass through the portal, taking the prerequisite 6 seconds to ensure that nothing unusual happens, and you find yourself back at the familiar looking pond. Except it appears as though that there is a small change compared to the previous time. What you're immediately able to spot is that the level of water in the pond has dropped considerably compared to the last time you were here, to the point where it is no longer flowing out of the pond and down a little babbling brook. Instead, it appears as though the water is, you presume, slowly receding.
Oh,
Well, that's not good.
What isn't?
Well, this brook was this pond was full and overflowing when we last came here.
Oh? It's changed, has it?
Indeed, we think it could be these. Hold on a moment. I'll open up the parlor briefly and bring out the bottled stone, and I'll present it to him. We found a number of these in there. They appear to be exuding water. We thought if we took a couple, it wouldn't make too much of an issue, but it seems though it needs all of them, or at least most of them.
Aha. Curious. You didn't mention this in your initial debriefing yesterday. I could only assume that you forgot. Anyway, for the sake of maintaining this potential site of curiosity in the intended found position, I ask that any of these stones that you all have be returned to the as close as reasonably possible state that they were originally found in, please.
Yeah.
Yep. Empty the bottle. Throw stone into pot.
I mean, to be fair, it isn't like we can't achieve the same magical effect with other means.
True.
As you begin tossing the stones into the pond, he takes a look at one as it's being thrown and then turns to what I'm going to presume is Cardgar, who still has yet to dispose of his, as he says, before you toss that in, please hand it to me.
I'll give him a pebble that's about the size of a small marble to him, which was in my flask.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Dwarf. And he takes it and he pops it in his mouth before spitting it back out again and saying, "Nope, that is definitely not salt water. Curious. These look just like standard water stones, except they are providing what can only be described as fresh water."
Indeed, I would quite like, actually, if we can return it, I'd quite like to keep this one in the bottle, just so that I can cast an identify on it and see whether we can glean any additional information.
Certainly, go ahead. And once you have done so, though, do return it to its original place. Anyway, Robert, you found a fresco, did you not?
Yep, just over here. And I will show him the scene of the site of the fresco. This is the one we dug up, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Or the original one.
And
yeah.
it is still excavated, left in seemingly exactly the same state that you'd previously left it.
Mm-hmm.
And Lysander looks over it and says, My, these drawings that you made are fantastic. It's almost an exact 1-to-1 recreation.
Yeah, good, aren't they? Psychic paper, I call it. You take a look at the thing and pop on the paper. Only got a couple of sheets left, though.
You should keep a hold of that stuff. It is rather valuable.
Yeah. Thought this might be quite valuable too, so, you know.
Indeed it is. Right, I am going to study this. If any of you want to hang about, feel free to do so, but don't feel as though you need to protect me. And in the meantime, feel free to just go find something to do.
Well, we look for more ruins, guys.
I think we should definitely look for more stuff, yeah.
I'll spend the 10 minutes on the identify spell for this then.
Whilst Piper's doing that, can I keep an eye out looking around specifically for sky whales?
Sure. There is a smattering of trees and the like, preventing you from being able to get an easy view of the surrounding area. But if you're willing to travel along the breadth of the isle, or perhaps just simply look out with a bit of a use of flight, you would be able to get a much better view of the surrounding isles.
I was thinking of climbing the trees.
Certainly you can.
Do you remember the first time we were here, I gave you feathers fall and you became a basketball player?
Uh-huh. I still climbing.
I mean, you think you got something like a 40-foot jump?
Yeah, I'm going to climb the trees. I kind of like the idea of Hobbit climbing through the trees. I know it can be done. I hear Bilbo did it once with some spiders.
Well, you are able to effortlessly make your way up to the top of the tree.
Mm-hmm.
As Piper is doing the identify, and Robert is climbing a tree. What are the rest of you all doing?
Well, Cargo is wanting to go explore, but he doesn't want to split the party, so he's going to wait for the tree climbing escapades to end.
I'm looking for a
Right,
sky whale to fight.
Cargo
And-
probably doesn't want to fight a sky whale.
What?
He doesn't want to be eaten
Don't
again.
fancy a bit of whaling?
Do you have an idea of how to take one out?
I
You can insult it to death.
I suspect flying alongside it, hurling abuse might be a good method.
We could just keep telling it it's
I'll
bad
watch
until
you
it
do that.
kills
That
itself.
sounds fun.
Sounds fun.
And what about you, Coatrack and Motch? What are your characters doing in this area? For those who are not aware, this is a roughly 400 to 500 foot wide floating island in a realm that is largely devoid of land masses, with the exception of these floating islands. The gravity in this area is approximately 1/10 of normal, and the air is exceptionally dense and thick to the point where it is possible to effectively maintain your current altitude through the act of swimming upwards.
Huh.
So that said, with that information, what is it that you find yourselves getting up to? Or you just kind of wait around for other people to do their things?
I think Reeve's going to be especially cautious because the last time we were in a different realm was the first time he got properly injured and lost health points. So I think he's going to be especially cautious because he's not used to that.
Well, the previous time you traveled to a different realm was actually the same realm as what you traveled to that time. It's the same location and the same plane, the elemental plane of air. And given that Reeve is currently wearing and is attuned to a ring of flight, it could very well be the case that you end up just the world is your oyster. I should put it that way. If there's nothing in particular that the pair of you can think of, I will get back to you in a moment whilst I cover what Bobby is able to see from his new vantage point.
Well, I suppose, how about we experiment with the rings of flight? We haven't actually used them, have we?
Not yet.
You haven't.
How many times a day can we use them?
3.
Indeed, it's 3 times per day.
Okay, I would like to activate my ring of flight and cast Featherfall myself to see how fast I can fly upwards.
How long does the Featherfall last for?
About a minute,
The flight lasts 10.
an hour. At least, Ginger, you said it lasted an hour, yes?
If I did, I'm
You said
possibly
3?
mistaken.
I asked
You
if it
said
was a fly
charges.
spell.
You said 3 charges per day at an hour.
Right. The ring of flight is supposed to cast the fly spell on you. If I said it was an hour, that was a mistake.
Oh, okay. In which case, I'm going to not use it then. It's a lot more limited than I thought.
Right. Let me just double check the numbers on the fly spell.
Fly spell, 1 action
Yeah.
to cast it, 10 minutes, and it's a concentration spell. Touch a willing creature, the target gains flying speed of 60 feet for the duration. When the spell ends, the target falls as if it is still aloft, unless it can stop the fall.
What is worth pointing out is that under normal circumstances, fly is a concentration spell. That is not the case here.
Nice.
The ring effectively concentrates on it for you.
Kind of like a potion of haste.
Yes, very similar. So, Bobby climbs up a tree, and once you get to the top, by the way, the act of climbing up the tree whilst you're in this realm is almost surreal. First of all, the tree is very, very tall. And secondly, you're able to effectively climb up it by just kind of like throwing yourself up the tree.
Yep, grabbing. I had visions of grabbing a branch and just pulling myself up as if I was sort of flying up a ladder kind of thing. Grab branch, fling myself further up, grab branch, continue.
Yep, it is very similar. It's seeing Bobby climb up this tree is reminiscent of videos of, say, a chimpanzee climbing its way up a given zoo enclosure.
Nice. Do I get any other chimpanzee type features, like the ability to just sort of bite someone's arm off?
You
Or
can
throw
ook.
your excrement at people.
If you so desire, I will permit you to ook.
I'm going to whoop with joy when I get to the top of the tree
Righto.
and go, woo, that's wicked, awesome. Guys, I can see my house from here. Well, I can't, but I feel like I need to say something dumb like that.
So, you say fun things all the time.
So, roll me a perception check,
Perception.
Master, at this point of enhanced elevation.
Enhanced elevation. Oh, where is? I've closed my character. To complete.
Well, whilst we wait for you to do that,
Perception.
Coatrack and Motch, did you manage to think of anything?
I mean,
The-
it's kind of just stuck on a rock, as far as I understand.
That's
A very big rock.
a 23 perception. Do you?
Very good. I shall cover the details of that in just a moment. For now, allow me to explain in finer detail as to the environment in which you find yourselves. Obviously, there is the small shrine located in this small clearing. It's approximately 15 feet across, 13 of which is a large pool with these large sandstone-looking blocks that make up the outer perimeter. There is an intentional gap in the stonework in the center of this pond. Oh, hang on a moment, Motch. We're getting a lot of interference through from your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Right, okay. Muting yourself works. This pond has an intentional crack in the center, which is where these odd water-producing stones were previously left or found. Besides that, this pond seemingly has an intentionally cut-out channel through which excess water can trickle down and out across the land of this floating isle and eventually makes its way off the edge of the island. Besides that, you see that around you in all directions there are trees, like not a dense forest, but a forest nonetheless. It would be relatively easy to navigate your way around, and the sightlines are not too obscured. There's a relatively sparse amount of underfoot vegetation that is not too difficult to navigate through. It would not constitute difficult terrain, for example. And besides that, there is, largely speaking, flat terrain in all directions, bar one. There appears to be what would best be described as a scaled down mountain that is kind of close towards where you guys are. It's not actively visible right now due to the amount of trees around you, but you do remember that as you came down when you originally found this location, that the mountain was present. The only real noteworthy thing about the mountain, of course, being that it's considerably less vegetative. Assuming I've used the right descriptor there.
Vegetative.
there's less tree cover on the mountain. That being
Noted.
said, go on, Kiki.
I was just saying, not that it's more retarded.
Anyway, Trig, you have managed to roll a natural 20 to a total of 23 on a perception check.
Yep.
From this, you are able to squint your eyes and get a marvelous view of the surrounding areas. You're able to spot that there are indeed a wide variety of other floating entities, structures, and isles that can be found in virtually all directions. Off to one particular direction, you can see something that does appear to be a sky whale. And in another direction, you see what appears to be another island, except whereas this one looks like a fairly typical, somewhat jagged spike-looking inverted spire, as if a given patch of ground were pulled directly out of the earth itself. This one that you're able to see in the far distance appears to have a look that almost looks artificial, with multiple different spires all jutting downwards.
Ew.
You're not able to make out too much detail beyond that, except for the fact that it just doesn't look. It doesn't look rounded in a natural way. It looks. There are far too many prominences about it. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, nice. I'm going to shout
Besides that, oh, go on.
down. I'm going to shout down and go, guys, get your asses up here. I've found something.
I'll
Yes,
go
besides
take one
that,
look at you and just shake his head. I ain't coming up there. I know what will happen.
Look, you big coward, I found something. Do your spell on your ring, we're going flying. Or I can just leave you here with the boring old professor.
He's a dwarf. He's scared he's going to fall into the sky.
He is going to fall into the sky. We're going to fall into the sky on purpose. Now let go of the ground with your feet and just give it a push, and we'll go exploring.
What have your halfling eyes seen anyway?
Well,
Did
get
I
your
manage-
ass up here and I'll show you.
Did I manage to identify the pebble, by the way?
you did. You were able to identify the pebble as being non-magical in nature.
Huh.
Indeed.
Well, I'm going to. The professor's busy. I'm going to discreetly tuck it back away. As a one shouldn't make a difference, and it's a essentially an endless water cooler that we can all fill our water skins from.
Indeed it is. Roll me an Arcana check there.
Certainly. Let's do a Arcana. There it is.
With a 19, you are certainly able to discern the weird nature of a seemingly magically endless source of water that, according to the effects of the Identify spell, is not magical. You are able to recall something about Firestone, that these elemental rocks that can be found from the various elemental planes. You're presuming that this is an example of a waterstone, something that would be found, presumably, in the elemental plane of water. Except this one's obviously been found in the elemental plane of air, where, as far as you're aware, that's where thunderstones are located.
Well, I'll tuck it away back in the parlor, and in fact, I'll step out of the parlor, having identified this thing, and come join the others on their adventure.
Righto.
I am not returning it to the pond. It is one for the party.
I see. Understood. So, as you have pocketed this stone, and by pocketed, I presume you mean shoved into a water skin.
Well, I've left it in the jar. I'm essentially going to make a water cooler that we can all fill up with, like a little tap.
Oh, I see. I see. Relying on the fact that from previous experiment that if you put it in a sealed container, it doesn't eventually break the container.
Yes.
So, making your way out of the parlor, you see that the Professor Lysander has seemingly knelt down at the point where you guys made your previous excavations and has started using some form of magical implement that seems to be just straight up removing the dirt, not transporting it somewhere else, like deleting it as it goes. But yes, as this continues on, I will ask again to Motch and Coatrack, is there anything that the pair of you want to do whilst other happenings are happening? I'm asking because you two have been fairly inactive for this session so far.
Well, I was on board with hunting a whale.
Yeah.
Right, sir. And you, Motch?
I think Reeve will just go with whatever the party decides, to be honest. Whatever most people are doing, he'll follow along.
Righto, if you're sure. So, it is worth pointing out, by the way, Bobby, that you didn't just find a odd thing in the distance and the sky whale, you also found a variety of other islands. First of all, you're able to find what you presume to be the same one that you originally arrived at the last time you came to this realm. And whilst it is clearly the same island, you notice that there appears to be... Well, it looks as though there may have been a collision. For you see that surrounding the isle, there appears to be bits of floating debris, and you can see that there is some kind of light being emitted from the inside of it, a crack of sorts that appears to be glowing in what would otherwise be a shaded section of the underside of the isle.
Interesting. Is anybody joining me up at the top of the tree so that I can point out these things that I've seen and make some discussion as to where we go and
Oh,
what we
absolutely.
do? Right.
Right, so it does not require a roll for you to be able to climb your way up to the top of the tree, given the low gravity.
Right. We've got island over there, new stuff, spiky stuff, interesting. Old island that we've been to before, glowy stuff, looks like it's had a bit of a bash, could be interesting too. And over there, there's a sky whale.
Now, didn't the gnome say that these islands go pop when they're hit?
He did.
If that thing's glowing, I don't think we want to go too close to it.
Perhaps not. So let's go and have a look at the other one, the new one that we found. And then I reckon if we don't find anything interesting there, we go and seriously insult that sky whale.
Absolutely. See how much he can take.
Well,
What is worth pointing out,
Mhm.
that island that's so far away, the interesting jaggedy looking one, you suspect that if you were to use a charge of your ring, it might get you there.
Oh,
It's pretty far away. Like, it's far enough away that you're only able to distinguish basically just the silhouette of it.
uh-huh. How far away is the sky whale?
The Sky Whale is a fair bit closer. You reckon you could get there? You reckon you could get there on a single charge of the ring without issue? Though you may need another to make it all the way back.
Because it's my calculation. I'm thinking just purely using vicious mockery, which as it says there, you get around about. I mean, that's a particularly good roll, but say we get 2 or 3 damage per person per round with vicious mockery, and there's 10 rounds per minute, and if we had 10 minutes of flight, that'd be 100 rounds. That would be a couple of hundred damage per person.
You are making a broad assumption that it won't fight back. Just to be clear.
Oh, I'm not making a broad assumption. I'm making the assumption that we can keep at a distance from it.
And it won't fight back very well if it's underwater.
That is also a possibility.
Why would it be underwater?
It might just think it's underwater.
Uh-huh. All right.
I'm presuming sky whales don't work very well in water.
You are presuming. I mean,
Can I make a roll to determine this?
You can. That would be a nature check.
Okay. Let's do a nature check. What do I know of sky whales?
You know that sky whales are largely considered to be an apex predator species that exists within this realm. You know that they are generally... Nothing tends to hunt sky whales. It is possible to fight them, but it is largely advised that you don't, unless you have a lot of potential to hit it really hard.
Can we sneak
These
up on them and
things-
grab onto their backs and ride around on them, holding onto their fins?
I mean, do they function underwater, is what I'm trying to grasp from that, or do they only function in the air? How acquainted are they to alternative environments?
That is not something that has been tested to your knowledge.
If it found
However,
itself in a forest, would
are-
it be confused?
You are able to make you are able to make one deduction of logic. You are able to traverse the elemental plane of air by swimming. It's possible that that same logic might allow it to function underwater at reduced capacity.
Boo.
Maybe even increased capacity.
I don't know, because water's denser than air.
Yes, but the denseness of water is how you generate your propulsion.
Yeah, but it might find itself really heavy and plummeting into the mists.
It might.
In case I missed something, is there a reason why you want to hunt a sky whale? Is its bones worth a lot of money or something?
Look, where have we not gone and hunted a fish? Here.
I mean,
Fucking
yeah.
atrocious logic.
So are we going to cook it and sell it to the locals afterwards?
I mean, I don't know. We don't know if we could bring that back, all of it. But why not? Why not? It will make a mighty tale.
Well, that's fair. New song.
And some fin soup as well.
Indeed, quite exactly.
So, just to be clear,
Right.
do you all activate your rings and fly towards the sky whale?
We activate our rings by turning the ring twice and putting them all together, and do Power Rangers Ho or whatever it takes to activate the rings.
Are your rings combined? I am Captain Planet.
Exactly.
We are whalers in the plane of air.
Yes.
Oh God, Futurama.
We will we will shout down to the professor. We're just going off for a spot of fishing.
The professor, who is seemingly largely distracted, just simply waves in your direction and says, "Be safe!"
Excellent. Off we go. So we are going to zoom in the general direction of a apex predator of this particular plane, with the sole, intention of insulting it to death and then eating it.
Or perhaps just insulting it. So, I have a suggestion. Either I can take 10 to 15 minutes to come up with an actual combat encounter for you,
Okay.
because I will be honest, I did not think that you were stupid enough to do this.
Whaling,
alternatively-
whaling.
Or alternatively, we can go ahead straight away and I'll see what I can improvise.
Whaling,
Just
whaling.
to check, who here has vicious mockery?
We all have vicious
All of
mockery.
us?
All of us, I think.
I don't.
What?
Get out.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to be a bard?
So mending instead. Thought it would be
Get
useful.
out. What do you mean you have mending instead? You can have like 3 now, I think.
Yeah, I've got minor illusion, mending, and thunderclap.
Yeah, you are banned from Barden.
All right. Well, I guess
Right.
Cargo will just stand by and watch for the moment. See how
I
this
am
plays
going
out.
to I'm going to go quiet and see what I can think of for this upcoming fight.
Whaling.
Be back shortly.
I mean, isn't there like a creature for this already created in the monster manual or something?
There absolutely is.
Yeah.
Well, why? What's the difficulty rating of it?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it. I've just found a homebrew page called Sky Whale that I'm going to link to Ginge without looking at because I'm not going to spoil it for myself.
In before it's at the same level as a dragon or something.
We're level 4. We've got a lot of shit. We could take a dragon, a lesser one at least. Not a full-blown chromatic dragon,
maybe.
sure, but it's the whale. I mean, Japanese people fight them. I'm sure we can get one.
Okay.
Ginge, you there?
He said he's going to go quiet for 5 minutes.
Oh,
Entertain yourselves, or
In before we wipe them. I reckon we.
Right.
I reckon we.
I'm
could
back from a quick piss.
Cool. I believe Kiki has sent you something helpful.
Yes, she does appear to have.
yeah, I
Still
haven't
to
looked
look
at it.
over.
I deliberately didn't look at the stat block. I just saw the picture, saw it had a stat block, and thought that seems appropriate.
Right. Yeah, this looks like a good start.
Scale it up a bit,
I like the artwork.
I know, right? That's what sold it to me, because that's all I've seen of it, the artwork. I deliberately didn't look any deeper than that.
Go ahead and put this on streams, Adric.
What are we looking at? Hold on, where?
I put it into
Oh.
D&D.
Ah. Oh yeah, that's very good, isn't it?
It has a vague watermark, but it's only vague.
It's a DeviantArt watermark. Ugh.
Yeah.
It really. Yeah.
Deviants.
I mean, it's not like you can't use modern AI to remove watermarks.
That's a good point.
That is a yeah. I like his four fins down this side.
Mm.
Cool, aren't they?
They are. With a Caris Caes? Well done, them. That's a deviant art picture without breasts and cat ears. Groovy. Looks tasty. Let's go kill it.
So this is officially a break, just to be clear. So if any of you want to go grab snacks or piss or something to that effect, now's the time to do so.
Oh,
Why would I
okay.
grab piss?
Jug.
Not how. I said why.
In that case, as it's a break, I shall put on the song I created for last episode because
I'll be back.
that is not being captured by the thing. How is that happening? Try something.
On the winds where stars are born, we soar through skies untamed, to pluck the gems that danced alone in endless currents framed. Halls of air and realms unknown, an ancient ruin lay, guided by storms of spirits fierce, we fought to light the way. Oh, Zephyrus, queen of the sky so free, and Charybdis, lord of the raging sea. With storms in hand through storm and sand, we carved our names where legends stand. The shrine lay still, its power vast, its shadow tempests race. Gods entwined, both fierce and kind, within that sacred space. One for the wind, one for the wave, the balance bold and true. We dance between their ancient rage, as only bards could do. Oh, Zephyrus, queen of the sky so free, and Charybdis, lord of the raging sea. With storms in hand through storm and sand, we carved our names where legends stand. The air did twist, the light did bend, as spirits formed from breeze. They whirled and struck with wrath unchained, like roaring storm-tossed seas. But we
Wailing,
outfurl
wailing.
ourselves like blades, through torrents wild and dire. With melody
Someone should pick up that Futurama wailing song.
and tempered wind with fire.
No idea what you're talking about.
You never watched Futurama?
Barely any. It was good when I saw it.
First or second episode, they have delivery to the moon. They visit the wailing, the moon wailing museum.
Huh.
And Charybdis, Lord of the raging sea. With storms in hand through storm and sand, we carved our names where legends stand. From depths unknown the echoes call, where tides and tempests meet. A song of air, a hymn of waves, resounding fierce and sweet. The cyclops on our journey made, in realms of wind and spray. We leave our mark, adventurers bold, we'll sing till night meets day. Oh, Zephyrus, queen of the sky so free. And Charybdis, lord of the raging sea. With storms in hand through storm and Can you feel the end draw near? Crimson stains upon these walls won't disappear. Die is this hollow emptiness.
I don't know. I quite like Kiki's AI art prompt thing.
Why do the birds have propellers for heads?
The birds don't have propellers for heads. They're planes. Clearly.
Planes with seagull wings.
But why is the one at the back flapping then?
Maybe they are ornithopters.
What was your AI prompt?
I put it underneath it.
Oh
But,
my god,
like-
that's just a wall of text to me. Bloody hell.
Oh no, words I can't read. Brr. Jesus.
Well, maybe if I was wearing my glasses, I could read them.
Why have they given everyone bagpipes? Except
you-
the
did you
person who
offer
does have
bagpipes?
one.
But were you trying to describe the party?
Roughly. Why does the only person who's supposed to have bagpipes have a cigar?
I'm just
And,
cheering this
where
one
did
because
the
it's relevant.
accordions come from? Also, is it me or is the cello part bagpipe?
It is everything is part bagpipes.
This is like the cake meme, you know, everything is cake except it's bagpipes.
Even the
So
piano
the guitar is
accordion.
just the guitar.
Even the piano accordion for the person at the back is
Oh,
part
God,
bagpipe.
yeah, I see it now.
Yo, Andre, you're friends with your AI. What have you got?
What? I'm not doing. You want me to do the AI art for that? Sure. Give me a sec.
So today alone, I've seen people saying that the Democrats need their own Tim Pool and their own Joe Rogan.
They've got them, but
They
they're
have
just
the Young
terrible. They've got the Young Turks. They've got what is it, Secular
I saw-
Talk and a few others. They're all terrible, but
I saw people claiming Destiny was the liberal Ben Shapiro. That was an interesting one.
You know, I'm not sure that's wrong.
I mean, I guess, except he's about missing about 20 IQ points and plus several million degenerate points. But that fits with the liberals, really, doesn't it? Dumber and more degenerate.
Oh my!
Uh,
So I tried to explain to it, and it's attempted to remove the excessive bagpipes.
That's what the fuck. I like how there is now a whale in the sea, present below, that is also a ship.
I know, right? And why is there a broken biplane? What's up? It's got the same wing on both sides rather than it mirrored.
Yeah. Also, there's a few too many people.
What's with Zeus with a acoustic guitar at the bottom there?
Well, see, we can justify everything else by saying minor illusions. So as long as there is all the elements, if there's more, we can just say, yeah, that's illusions. It's okay.
Right. I'm now going to save and upload that sky whale art and generate a battle map.
Are we going to use the cloud map again?
I don't see why not.
okay, in comparison to your prompts, Kiki, this is what I've gone with. And it has got me oh no, that's the page.
That's roughly what I put in, and ChatGPT recommended a prompt for me and asked if I was willing to go ahead with it.
Oh, it's still thinking about it.
Oh my god! I tried again. I went for one last one, right? And I tried to remove the excessive bagpipes.
It just keeps adding more people. I love it.
What
I
happened to the
didn't know
person with the long blue hair?
so many people in the party.
The one with the long blue hair just got like retconned out of existence.
Oh dear, we've got way too many people on this one.
Right. I'm ready to go ahead with... Oh, Jesus Christ, that looks epic, but... Is that also AI?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, that is absolutely epic.
Which prompt
but-
did
That is cool. That
what
is a
prompt
ton of
did you
wizards
use on that?
fighting a space whale, but it is cool.
What did you use for that? Was that GPT or?
Yeah, that's GPT. I sort of showed you the prompt and it went, yeah, sure, I'll have a go. And it came up with that.
Well, why is mine giving me this nonsense?
Because you haven't sat there building a relationship with GPT over the last couple of months to the point where you have conversations with it every day.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What?
So, guys, Are you
Wow.
ready to? Are you ready to have your encounter?
Okay, guys, now that he's prepared it, let's back out.
Yeah.
Anyway, wailing.
Right.
Is it a recording again?
That is the question, isn't it?
Sorry, what? Yes, I'm ready.
Alrighty. Let me go ahead and drag you over to the map. So, a bit of prelude explanation. As you are flying your way towards this great whale creature, you notice that it seems to be getting bigger. And by the time 5 minutes or so of flying at max speed, that's 120 feet per 6 seconds, by the time that comes to a close, you have approximately half of your current flight active remaining for the duration, which means that unless you can finish this fight in less than 5 minutes, you will have to use another charge to get back.
That's 50
Are
rounds.
there
We're okay.
Are there any small floating rocks we can land on temporarily?
No, it does appear as though that this sky whale is quite far away from any potential sources of land-based refuge.
I guess we could land on the whale.
As I said, that's literally
Um,
50 rounds. We don't need to.
As you get to the point where you are within fighting distance of it, this is roughly what you see. It's quite large.
Beak.
Argyle's going to be hanging back for a moment because he doesn't have any vicious mockeries. He's more curious to see what's going on and wants to be on hand in case you guys need help.
When you get within this general range, you notice two things about it. First of all, it appears to have multiple sets of eyes.
Cool.
And secondly, it doesn't seem to have responded to your approach. I would say that this is the distance at which you are able to kind of be present in the fight.
Is the map to scale?
Yes, it is currently set so that each grid is worth 5 feet. So if you were to get within 60 feet of the whale token, which is just a big old fucking square, then that would... It's not.
Huh?
Oh, yes, you're right, it's not. Let me see if I can fix that.
Got twice that size.
Let's see. There we go. There. Right. Now it should be set to the correct value.
So it's a less than 100-foot whale. So actually, we're fighting a really small whale, guys. This will be easy.
You know what? Just for the sake of giving it a nice round number, there. Now it's 100 foot.
Oh yeah, boys.
In either case, it is pretty clear once you get up to it that it becomes pretty clear how it's possible to mistake this thing for an island itself. Now, just double check. Do each of you have the ability to manipulate your tokens?
Let's check that, shall we?
Yep.
Oops.
Trig can't.
I can.
Oh, Trig can.
Right, excellent. In that case, I would like each of you to roll initiative for me, please.
Is that just a cunning way to get us to click
Can
on
we
our
wait
tokens?
for you to bring up the initiative thing to actually record it?
Sure. Here it is.
Ooh, you might want to clear it.
Indeed.
Don't clear it. I've just rolled 24.
Too bad.
Uh,
You did it too soon.
Your 24 has been recorded, so I suppose as you roll your initiative, the values in the turn order will update. I am going to remove Reeves so that it uses the updated token. Yep, that all seems to be working with the exception of Bobby, who is still set to 11, but I can change that. 20.18.
I see.
There we go. Cardgar is an 8.09. And
All you
there are
low
now 2
dexterity
Cardgars.
people.
I'll remove that one.
I only
So-
see one.
You should be able to see one instance of each of the 5 of you. Is that correct?
Indeed.
Indeed.
Excellent. And I will sort the values there. And now I'm going to roll initiative from behind the DM screen. We'll find out when the whale gets to take its turn when it takes its turn.
30.
So, with that said, let the battle commence.
Okay. So I have let's see. I think I get a bonus to my bardic inspiration. Oh, it's just for people healing. Oh, okay. So my bardic inspiration bonus is that it can be used to affect your damage. So I'm going to give my bardic inspiration to Bobby. I am then going to fly the 60 feet over towards the back of the whale and proceed to call out to it in the hopes to gain its attention a fatso with a vicious mockery.
Alrighty. Could you post the text of vicious mockery for me, please?
Certainly.
Thank you very much.
That should be a 14. I don't know why my spell saves are off. It says 14 on my sheet.
Odd.
Mm.
I'm sorry, Bobby. That doesn't appear to be a language.
Oh, I
No,
disagree.
I will not.
No,
I
that's a
will.
language.
I will not.
Absolutely.
I will not acknowledge the existence of moon runes as a language. It is merely gibberish.
So, referring to he's chastising something giant, heroic and friendship fight, giant overcome, something like that.
With courage, we want to bring him down the giant whale. In Japanese.
So, yeah,
Not Japanese, is it? That looks Korean.
it's obviously Japanese. Look at the full circles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And the fact that in Korean has like everything's divided into like 3 components.
Yeah, Korean's got 3
Oh.
components. It's only actually got a 26 character alphabet. This has got quite clear kana.
Hmm.
Or is it kanji?
Well, no,
There's
it has kanji and kana.
Disgusting. Anyway,
Kanji,
Stop
kana,
ruining
kanji,
the
kana.
game of weebery.
Kanji, kana, kanji, kana. Kanji, kana. Kanji, kana, kanji, kana.
How are you doing with your kanji?
I'm literally working on it right now.
so you fly on up towards it and cast vicious mockery at it. Let's see if it manages to pass a saving throw.
It should be a
It's
14.
It's a wisdom save. It rolled a natural 18. In fact, you know what? I am going to roll in the I'm going to roll in the window from here on out. So it's a wisdom save, gets a +2. That's a 10. Congratulations. You piss it off.
Huzzah.
Roll your damage.
I think it's already in there, isn't it?
Doesn't
No, it isn't.
do?
It should be. It's 1d4, yeah?
That's right, 1d4. You hit it for 4 damage. How do you insult it?
I called it fat. I attempted to gain its attention by calling it a fatso.
Aha, I see. Right. You see one of the great eyes that is facing in your general direction suddenly turns, seemingly looking around for a few moments before it appears to spot both you and the remainder of your party behind you. You have consumed your action in casting Vicious Mockery, and I believe you used your bonus action earlier to give one of your allies a bardic inspiration. Am I correct?
I did, yes. And my bardic inspiration is a additional. It can be applied to your damage as well. So if you land your Vicious Mockery, you can do an extra d6 with it.
Fancy. So it is now Bobby's turn.
Right, so you're saying Vicious Mockery has its normal damage plus an extra d6, and I use it.
I believe that's how it works. Yes, I will. I will post it.
Okay, good damage. Groovy. Okay, it's also already got disadvantage on its next attack, but we're going to go with another Vicious Mockery anyway. We've got 60 feet flying speed, haven't we?
That's right. As of right now, you are quite confident that it is aware of you, and you're also quite confident that Piper has probably annoyed it.
I am going to go to that particular point, and I am going to shout this at it. And cast Vicious Mockery.
I see.
Come on, Weeb.
So,
Can you read it for us, please, Trick?
what languages do you speak, Trig? What languages does Bobby have access to?
He doesn't speak this, but that was basically, I heard your mother's a goldfish.
I know you can read it, Coates. I want Trig to read it because he's explicitly trying to use the language.
I didn't say anything.
I said, Omi Naka-san wa kinjo date-sa.
Excellent.
Omae no haha-san wa kin... oh wait, no, yeah, that's... or would that be kana? Anyway, kin sakana datte sa. Kingyo, right? Yeah, sorry, I forgot that onyomi for fish was... Yeah, alright.
Kingyo.
We should consult Aiden Paladin at some point in order to determine how accurate this translation
Did I
is.
say haha-san? That was retarded. Ka-san.
Kasan, yeah. Omi
Yeah,
Naka-san wa kingyo date-sa.
yes.
Why should we consult Aiden?
Because she can speak fluent Japanese.
Well, so can these two fuckers. Well, sort of fluent.
Gods, I'm so out of practice.
Okie dokie. It rolls another wisdom saving throw. And this time rolls a 17. I presume that your spell save DC is also 14.
It is. It says it right there in the chat.
Yes, but that wasn't working for Kiki.
That's Kiki's issue.
The vicious mockery appears to fail.
Unless someone has some barbed, some silvery barbs.
What do you need me to do with silvery barbs?
I don't know if silvery barbs will actually work in that particular instance.
Let me post the description.
It only has a range of 60 feet, and it needs to, I believe the range is to the target of the original spell.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not close enough. Sorry.
That's okay. I am going to use my one of my bardic inspirations, however, on Coat. You are next in line.
Alrighty. So, that's your action, your bonus action, and I believe you used all of your movement speed at this turn, correct?
Well, ish, yes. Not quite. I used 50 feet.
Alright.
60.
Feel free to use the last of your movement, or otherwise it is the end of your turn.
There we
It is
go.
at this point that I will reveal that it rolled a 17 on its initiative, meaning it is now the whale's turn. The whale turns. Give me a moment. There we go. See, it turned. And is now looking vaguely in your direction.
Guys, do you think we're not having an effect?
Oh, give it time. We've only used minor,
I mean,
basic,
you got to
tiny
change
cantrips
direction.
at this point. It does have
The
disadvantage
whale-
on its attack roll, so that's a good thing.
The whale swims over to here and lines its eye up directly with Piper and stares directly at her.
Mm,
It ends its turn.
that has distinct feelings of the whale in ReZero.
Essig, it is now your turn.
Yes. Well, let's just go all out. Well, first off, I'm going to unsettling words it. Oops, that's not the word. There you go. Anyway, so okay, it gets a -1 to its dex saving throw.
Oof.
Could've
This
been better.
is a bonus action. You can spend
Yeah,
one
it's- it-
inspiration, yada yada yada. Okay, it gets a -1 to its next attempt at a saving throw. Good to know. What's the reach of that? 60 feet. Let's see. Yep, definitely within 60 feet.
Anyway, I'm
Shatter.
shattering it.
Oof. All right, so that's a Constitution saving throw.
Yes, with -1.
Surprisingly, it also gets a +2 to this, and -1. That totals to 11. It fails the save.
Oh hell yeah! All right, time to roll that damage.
Inflict upon the sky whale hurt.
Well, that was lame.
Wow, that really was bad. Damn.
3d8 and I got a 7.
Oh no.
That was anticlimactic. All right, 7 damage. And let's see. In case it has area attacks, I'm going to swim away. Ooh.
All right, you can go up to 60 feet, bear in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. All right, good. That might be off the map. Anyway, there.
No. Feel free to consider the edge of the map to be just a continuation of the map. So, with that, it turns to Reeves' turn.
Oh, wait, it didn't go all the way. Yeah.
And I didn't even get a bardic inspiration from the person before me. You've broken the chain coat. How could you?
I bardically
Terrible.
inspired the whale to be slightly more nervous about my shatter, which it failed,
Yeah.
and then the shatter basically also failed.
By the way, as that shatter detonated on its skin, you'll notice that it appears as though you shattered what appears to be the roughly evolutionarily equivalent of a sky barnacle.
That's kind of cool.
So it appreciates what I did. Alright, cool. I'll remember that in bargaining in our surrender.
You're basically just giving it a massage. Sending it to the spa.
Less massage and more you know when when you get receive like a static shock. It's roughly that, but instead of electrical, it's like somebody flicked you.
Oh, is it like you remember when we had those old CRT computer monitors? You put your hand on it and touch someone.
Yeah.
No, none of you
Anyway.
remember that.
No, I don't.
Go on, Trick. You got to
Motch.
remember that.
Of course, I remember static electricity.
Motch, it is currently your turn.
Yes. See, I have two options. I can either do the vicious mockery, same as what's been done before, and just try and hurt it that way, or I have dissonant whispers that I can use. However, that has a chance to make it try and run away from us if it hurts it significantly. So I don't know if it wouldn't be worth it using it.
It'll be funny though.
It would be funny seeing
Also-
seeing a Skywell flee from the party.
If
I
it's,
want to see that thing try and move fast, given how huge it is, because that's going to be like an airplane going past you, but at close range.
I reckon we could keep up with it at 60 feet of movement.
Okay then, I will use my dissonant whispers to rack it with pain.
Okie dokie. Is that a wisdom saving throw?
Why is this broken? Kiki, is this one?
Only-
Only the
Only the
person
person-
who casts the spell can
Yep.
click
Yes,
the
it is a
link.
wisdom saving throw.
Excellent. In that case, I use the same roll again. And it rolls a 16. Now's the time
It's
for
prone
a
dead.
I would give a bardic inspiration, but I don't know if I can do it out of turn order.
No, you can't.
you remember that spell that you weren't in range to use earlier?
Yeah, is it within 60 of me?
Yes, it is.
All right. Guess I will help you with spell.
Silvery barbs. This means that it must roll again.
And use the lower roll.
And thusly silvery barbs causes the thing to fail. Dissonant Whispers has its true full effect. The next
Who gets the
time the
advantage?
Sky Whale has a turn, it will attempt to flee from the causing effect of Dissonant Whispers. It should be in a roughly top left-like direction. Just for the sake of preparation for that, I'm going to do something now. Give me a moment.
Map gets bigger.
You can tell that it's about to go fast when Ginge makes the map 3 tiles wider.
I think he's trying to compete with Trig for the largest battle map.
No, he'll never do that. That castle map was freaking monstrous.
I mean, it brought my computer to its knees.
Okay, I've just effectively doubled the size of the map by halving the size of the grid. I'd like you to try and
I have.
I'd like what I'd like you to do is see where the whale is right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Measure how far away you are from it as of right now.
60
And
feet
when I
away.
shrink it, move yourself to the same relative position.
Yep.
I mean, before you change the map, I was 35 feet away. Now I'm 65 feet away. Is that relevant?
Yes, it should be that then.
Okay.
The distance from the whale should have just doubled for you.
Okay.
Also, I'm going to I need to change the scale of each of the people. For the sake of simplicity, I'm going to reduce each of you to one tile, except for Piper and Bobby, who are just going to stay the same size. So, is everybody ready to move their characters to their relevant positions?
Yep.
I think so.
Thought we had done, but okay, yep. I was 60 feet away. I'm still on 60 feet away now.
I was 35 feet away. Oh, it's gone.
The whale is now 100 feet away.
Wait, has it moved, or is that just you repositioning the map?
I shrunk it down to half of its original size, which, due to the new scale of the map, means that it's now 100 feet across again.
Okay, I think I'm here-ish.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about right in line with the size.
And Coatrack's all the way over there.
I'm going to say Coatrack ended up about here-ish. That look about right to you, Code?
Sorry, did you just expand the map? Because I wasn't actually looking.
Yes, he did.
Okay,
First
I
one.
was, let's see, it should be about there, I guess? Oh, wait, that's assuming this person didn't move. Actually, did Motch move?
Yeah,
No.
Motch is no,
Yeah.
no.
No. What? Weren't you
We're
behind me?
We're going with approximates right now,
I don't
so...
know.
there's
was
an
roughly
approximate.
that far from the thing when the scale was bigger. I just tried to guess.
This is complicated.
Made sure I was 60 feet away from it when I ended the turn, and I still am.
So many numbers. So much maths.
It's okay. It's not difficult maths, and you should be good at math.
Not on weekends. I haven't had enough beer yet to be good
It's
at
Friday.
maths.
Yeah, I know, right?
So, with that said,
Yeah.
Reeve, you have used your action. You have not used your bonus action. You haven't.
Yes,
You
I
have
shall
used your.
give bardic inspiration to Khadgar.
Oh, thank you very much.
And with that, I believe you have now consumed every aspect of your turn.
Yes,
Tasty.
I think so.
Right, this thing wants to run away, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
All right, so first of all, I get 60 move, yeah?
You do.
So I'm going to use my move to get right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I will do what others do. Why is this
You're going
gone?
to viciously mock it.
Yes, with lightning.
Thunder.
Whatever.
Okie dokie. Once again, 1d20 plus 2 results in a 10. Khadgar by far hits it the hardest so far.
Nice.
Just wait when I get my attack of opportunity, is all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I have deducted its health. You see its eye slowly move over the course of about a second or two, switching its gaze from Piper to Khadgar.
Kiki, I think I just saved your life.
I don't know about that.
With that said, Cardgar,
Yeah.
you still have your bonus action.
What can I do with a bonus action?
That's a good question. What can bards do with their bonus action?
Who needs inspiration? Kiki, you can have creation inspiration.
Ooh, thank you. What's creation inspiration do for me?
It's bardic
I get roll
inspiration,
two
but
and pick one, right?
you roll 2d6 and pick the number you prefer.
Fantastic. I would like to use my movement action to fly over to. Can you put me on the top of the map layer? Because otherwise I'm going under the whale.
Sure. What I will do is I will put the whale to back.
Perfect. Right.
Now,
I would like.
whenever any of you move your token over the whale, it will now be considered on top of the whale.
Brilliant. I would like to ride the whale and hold on tight.
Okay, so you fly over to the whale and you attempt to find a point of purchase. Do something that will give you a point of purchase on this thing. As of right now, the best that you can do without using some less than expected means is just kind of hold on with your fingernails. It's kind of smooth on the outside, except for the points where there are the occasional barnacle. Unless you specifically aim for such a barnacle.
What if I I will go for a barnacle and I will grab hold. I'll essentially use it as sit against it like a saddle.
Certainly, you can absolutely do that.
And
the structure that you are sat up against is roughly equivalent in scale to you. It's like sitting in a large person's chair.
Perfect. And I am going to essentially give the appearance of Reeve to this creature right in front of it. Using my where is it? Spells. Using my phantasmal force.
I see. Where exactly are you placing this Reeve?
It's going to stand right on its nose, right in front of all of its eyes. Can it see its nose?
Could you place a small dot where the phantasmal force is going to be rendered?
Sure. Let's go for boop.
Okay. Good to know. What I'm now going to do is I'm going to shift everything
Oh no.
down here.
Oh no.
Right.
The reason for this will become clear later.
So it can move up.
The reeve is on it for reference. If it is to run away, the reeve will run with it.
Okay, so I'm going to now roll to see if it manages to save its check. Let's see. What is the initial save?
It really should be 14. I'm not sure why it's doing it.
We'll change it.
What skill is it, though?
I don't know how. I've been looking into it. But
you know, right. Okay. It's on your spell page. You spell DC.
Yeah, hang on. I will post in D&D room. This is what I've got on my character sheet.
Yep, that's broken.
Wild. How is that not updating?
I don't know. I've gone into the spell scripture itself and.
So, Piper has now used movement and an action. What to do with the bonus action?
Well, firstly, it's going to take 1d6 psychic damage from the further dissonant whispers of Reeve.
Indeed, it should. I'm going to go ahead and roll that for you, Reeve. /R1d6. It takes an additional 3 points of damage.
That's precisely what I rolled. Perfect. Which it will take every turn that it believes Reeve to be there. Well, it will roll the d6. And I will give a further inspiration to... let's give an inspiration to... Who's it? To Cardgar. Cardgar's done massive damage and is about to get a...
He's already got inspiration from me. Oh no, and he hasn't used it.
That's
oh,
right.
okay. In that case, I'll give it to Reeve then.
Yeah.
You're not within range to give it to anybody else, I'm afraid. I believe...
Oh.
I may be mistaken, but I believe it's a 60-foot reach on providing bardic inspiration.
Have a look.
Other than yourself within 60 feet of you.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid, unless there's something else you can use your bonus action on, that would be the end of your turn.
Yeah, I think that is.
Alrighty. We move to Bobby's turn.
Bobby is going to do an extremely rash move at this particular point in time.
Before you do, I will say this. Normally, this is something that I would ask you to roll perception or insight check or something along those lines in order to do. But in this particular case, the target of your observations is fucking enormous. So you are easily able to see the creature's pupil close down.
Right.
With that said, feel free to take a turn.
I am going to take my rapier and hold it directly in front of me at full extension. And I'm going to charge him with said rapier. And at the same time as attacking him with that, I am going to cast a cantrip. Don't just cast it. I'm going to cast Booming Blade. So.
Alright, go ahead and make an attack.
An attack avec le rapier.
That is most certainly sufficient to pass its AC.
And I'm going to just move myself all the way over there. Stab. And I believe I have a... was it D6?
Yeah, you have a bardic inspiration of damage dice.
An extra 5 damage, so it's 15 damage in piercing format. Plus,
and I can see that when the target moves, it will take 1d8 thunder damage.
Indeed. Plus an attack of opportunity.
That's quite the nasty combo.
Yeah.
Well done. As the rapier stabs into the creature and you effectively inject this thunderous energy into its form, as you pull the rapier back out again, you see that there is a small welt of reddish fluid flowing out of it. Doesn't quite look like blood, though. It's too viscous for that.
I mean, I do appreciate it's a bit like stabbing a shark with a pin, but, you know, enough of them and the shark will die.
Or have a really good acupuncture session.
Exactly. He might just cure his asthma.
Right. We now move on to the Sky Whale's turn. Now, I would like everybody except Reeve and Essig to roll for me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm good.
Goodness. Oh, I don't know why it rolled twice. I'll take the first one, please.
Yes, I do indeed take your first roll, and as a result, all three of you managed to pass. Bobby just barely. The reason for this Constitution saving throw is because in a moment of what you can only assume to be feral panic, this creature suddenly does an about face, the G-forces of which cause massive air currents to go whipping around both Cardgar and Bobby, less so impacting the more distant bards. And Piper, you are just about able to hold on as it goes whipping around in a move that would make even the most seasoned of bull riders jealous.
And Reeve
then
manages to stay firmly planted on his nose.
And then it moves. At this point, Reeve stays on its nose, but that does not stop it from charging forwards. You see, as it charges, hang on. Yep, that's working as intended. All the way over here.
Right, and it takes 3 thunder damage. Plus the attack of opportunity, which would be an extra 9.
Oh, and I miss. I'm not even going to use my bardic inspiration on that. That's not going to hit.
Yeah, I don't think that hits.
A swing and a miss there, dude. Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it was going to happen sooner or later.
Mm-hmm.
True to form.
Can I use the help action to give him advantage?
You could if it was your turn. Right. That's a total of 12 damage dealt from its forced repositioning.
Does it actually look injured?
At this point, as you see its entire body violently flex, with the tail of it producing this gargantuan gusting billow of wind that thankfully you weren't quite in the path of as it shot off in this direction. You see as that wound that was inflicted onto it by the rapier of Bobby were suddenly gushed with some of this blood, producing a roughly melon-sized globule of this red, thick ichor that hangs in the air before slowly starting to drift downwards.
Does it look like we've actually done any real damage to it, though? Like that, for something that big, that's just a scratch, right?
You've certainly scratched it.
I'll shout over to Bobby. So I don't think this is working. You got any other ideas?
Yeah, keep hitting it. That shatter that was done did loads of damage.
Yeah, I only got a couple more of those.
Yeah, so have I.
So
has Essig.
with that said, it's now the whale's turn. It used its action to dash away at high speed, and now it gets to make another attempt at a intelligence saving throw. Does a 13 meet your spell save DC?
It needs a 14.
This for the dissonant whispers from Reeve? Yes, it does need a 14. It fails its saving throw. the dissonant whispers remain. So, with that said, we move on to Essex's turn.
Okay, so have we accomplished anything?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Currently, you have hurt it.
And it has a
And-
Motch-shaped carbuncle on its nose.
Oh, well, I can get just within range.
It doesn't like this carbuncle on its nose. As far as it's concerned, the hair is way too big and it must vacate the room immediately.
Well, despite how it went last time, I'm going to repeat my previous method of debuffing it and then... Anyway, Bardic uninspiring it and then shattering it. Okay, I has to save 15 with a -2. Con save 15.
Okie dokie. So it does. Well, if it's a -2, then I'll just roll a straight d20. It rolls a 3. That's not great. Go ahead and roll your shatter damage.
Oh, I clicked it. Didn't. Just making sure it's not like. Okay, no, it didn't work. No, it didn't work again. What? Oh, it gives. I forgot it gives a prompt for. I have to close this and then answer the prompt of what level I'm casting it at.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, not as
you
pathetic as
managed to
last
hit it.
time.
Managed to hit it for 11 damage. So, we have used Essex's turn. He used his bonus action to reduce its saving throw capacity before blowing it up with a cast of Shatter. This time, the Shatter seemingly has slightly more effect on it, as seemingly another wound opens up. What appears to be a almost instantaneously forming blood blister forms on the creature's outer skin. Reeve, it's now your turn. And unfortunately, the thing's fucking miles away.
Yes.
I just measured it. It's 160 feet away. Now, recommendations. You could use your turn to aid an ally, of which you can get into range of virtually all of them, with the exception of Piper. Alternatively, you could try holding your action to do something when it gets within range of said action. This, for example, could be a spell.
The only spell I have that really works as any sort of attack is Dissonant Whispers, and I think that would probably just send it running again. Unless I just did a Vicious Mockery.
Dissonant Whispers are still active.
Yep. Vicious Mockery doesn't just do the 1d4 damage. It gives it disadvantage on its next attack roll, which is actually quite useful.
It is.
Yeah.
It hasn't
Okay.
made any attack rolls yet, but still.
Also, it's worth noting it has an illusion of a reef on its nose, which it's currently trying to run away from. So running away from it doesn't really do much, other than make it spin around in circles and flail around at the moment. It should stay in the general area as long as it believes that illusion.
I might do a Vicious Mockery then, just to give it the disadvantage as well. I'll call it a big fish in a small pond, because years of sitting in Pishi training have taught me that that's the worst thing one can be. And also, calling a mammal a fish. That's probably some kind of space racism.
I misunderstood the nature of Dissonant Whispers. It has fled away from you at a great rate of knots. However, Dissonant Whispers is not a persistent spell. The effect has now ended. Meaning the only thing it now needs to try and save from is Phantasmal Force. Now, it did fail in its check to try and save from Phantasmal Force, meaning there is still a reeve in front of it. But, well, at this point, it's pretty obvious to everybody here that there's no particular reason why you should still be afraid of reeve.
True.
So, with that said, reeve, go ahead and take your turn.
Okay, I'll do what I said then.
Sorry, could you repeat what you said?
Oh, I said I was going to do the vicious mockery to give it disadvantage and call it a big fish in a small pond, because that's the worst thing one can be, according to 7 years of my teachers, and also calling a mammal a fish.
Aha, perfect. You
Base
would need to
racism.
get within. You would need to get within range of vicious mockery in order to do that, which, if memory serves, has the same 60-foot range as most of the Bard specific effects.
Yes.
So you can close the distance by 60 feet if you wish, but if you wanted to use vicious mockery on it, you would have to hold that vicious mockery until it was within reach, which you can absolutely do.
Okay, I'll do that then.
All right then. With that, it moves on to Cardgar's turn.
Okay. Can I get to there? That's more than 60, isn't it? Where's the
Let's see.
That's 120.
Indeed, it is.
I guess I will move 60. Is it? Yeah, I can go.
Yep. You can go
Alright.
60 whilst retaining your action for combat purposes.
And what's the range on my spell? Let's have a look. Uh, 60 feet. Am I in 60 feet?
You are just
No.
within 60 feet.
Oh, okay,
Thankfully,
cool.
Shatter takes effect in a 10-foot radius sphere, which means that you wouldn't be able to blow it up on top of the creature, but you would be able to blow it up just near enough that it would still have to save against the effect.
I shall explode its tail.
Alrighty. I will roll a wisdom saving throw to see if it saves. With a natural 19, it manages to make the save and thus takes half of the damage that you were about to deal to it.
And is anyone in range to silvery barbs that?
Did you say wisdom saving throw? Because it's a con saving throw.
Oh, indeed, it is a con saving throw. Let me check. Its wisdom and con are both 14, so the roll
Same
stands.
thing. Yep.
I rolled a damage. Hang on, did I roll damage last turn? I don't remember doing it.
You clicked the spell, and the spell rolled the damage.
Indeed, and you hit it for 19 damage last time.
Okay.
So, dealing a total of 5 damage to it this time, you hit it for a little bit less than before.
Just a tad. Who needs inspiration?
I used my inspiration last turn, so I'm without inspiration. Motch has got inspiration, I think. I don't know if... Oh, have you used your inspiration? I don't know.
No, I
Last
hadn't
time I
actually
did
rolled
it,
any
I gave it-
d20s yet, so no.
Yeah, I've still got mine that you gave me because I haven't rolled a d20 that benefited from me using it.
Yep.
Last round I gave to Kiki. Kiki, have you used it?
I haven't yet. I haven't needed to make a save or anything
Right,
yet.
Greg, you get it.
Right, cheers.
This is the roll 2d6, pick the one you like.
Yep.
Very nice.
All right, I'm done.
All right. We move on to Piper's turn.
Right. Well, I am going to really set myself in. I'm going to take make a point of hunkering down, essentially, and really securing myself on this thing against this barnacle.
All right. So you're going to spend your action to try and give yourself resistance to being thrown off it, are you?
I was thinking more. Am I able to spend my movement on that? Really, like finding a proper nook in here.
Sure, I'll allow it. I will say
Because
that
I
you
need
can
my-
use a combination of your bonus action and your movement in order to give yourself advantage on being thrown off until otherwise
Perfect,
stated.
and I shall use my action to maintain the illusion, which will do a further 1d6.
All right.
Have another 3.
The image of Reeve lodged upon its nose whips out a small dagger and stabs the creature right down the middle of the septum. It's mildly miffed.
I'm really trying, by the way, to lure the creature into going for the revolution rather than us.
Well, let's see what happens. I'm going to roll a d20. If it lands on an odd number, it's going to try and attack Illusory Reeve. If it rolls an even number, it will attack with the knowledge that Illusory Reeve is indeed illusory.
Well, it doesn't know it's illusory unless it passes a intelligence save.
Ah, that's how it. Okay, fair enough. I was making it up as I went along. I wasn't aware that it could just make an intelligence save. It's going to attempt to make an intelligence save when it can.
Is
Is that on its turn?
It every time its turn turns up, it has the opportunity to make an intelligence save against my DC 14. And if it succeeds, it's aware it's an illusion and it disappears. If it fails, that illusion is as real as anything, and it will do anything it can in its mind to rationalize that illusion is real.
All right then. Good to know. Right. Piper, you have used your turn to maintain the illusion and hunker down. It now turns to Bobby's turn.
Does. Bobby is going to move his 60 feet, I believe.
Wait, hang on. No, hang on a moment. Sorry, Trig.
What?
Kiki, you don't need to use your action to maintain the illusion, from what I can see. You can do
Really?
something else if you want.
Hang on, I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Give me a moment. Phantasmal Force.
It says it's concentration, but it doesn't. I don't see a part where it says you need to use your action to maintain it.
Oh, the target has to use its action to examine the illusion and see whether or not it's a thing. So even if it works it out, it's burnt its action on it.
Yep. But
Yep, that's true.
yeah, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying that you have to keep your to use
Yep,
your
you
action.
you can use your action to continue to do other things whilst the phantasmal force is still active.
Yeah. Jesus, that's such a good spell.
It is.
Damn. Okay, I completely misread that. I thought I had to spend my action maintaining it every turn. Okay, I shall. I'm going to look down at the whale and I'm going to say, "Wow, what a coward!" And I thought you were an apex predator. Must be a particularly poor example of your species. And make a vicious mockery.
Due to the nature of that insult, I am going to say it has disadvantage. Let's see. With a 15, it passes.
Damn.
So, with that said, it now turns to Trig's turn.
Right.
Sorry about the delay.
No, it's fine. And Trig is going to move his 60 feet. To there, and he's going to wallop that bastard with Shatter.
Oh, very nice. So, it makes another Constitution saving throw. This time rolls a 5.
Not me.
That's not Shatter, that's Suggestion.
That
You
is
clicked the wrong
Suggestion.
spell. Unless you want to suggest it do something?
I'm not going to suggest it do something. I'm going to suggest it dies 14 thunder damage.
Yes. With this, Shatter, another bloody blister welts up on its outer skin. So, you've used your action. Do you have a bonus action to use?
I have a bonus action to use. I'm not quite sure how to use.
Well, you always have your bardic inspirations, though I suspect you are beginning to run a bit low on those.
I've only used one.
Have you now?
Yeah. You know what? Actually, it's a very good idea. I'm going to use something akin. It is a bardic inspiration.
Cutting words. Aha! This is the one where you effectively use your bardic inspiration to inflict negative bardic inspiration on the creature.
Yep.
When a
Is
creature
that not a reaction?
you
Nope.
Yep, you expend one of your bardic inspirations. Let's see. Yep, that's
Oh,
a
it's a
that's
reaction.
a reaction. Not
In that case, no, I won't do anything. You're right. It's a reaction.
Alrighty.
Not used that yet, so yeah, there we go. Right. I tell you what, as my bonus action, I will make ready my my lamp.
Your lamp. I see. I see.
Make sure it's to
Are you going to
hand.
try and run it on whale oil?
I am.
Now, I believe the lamp requires no fuel to burn, but does require an action to ignite it.
That is correct. So I'm just going to make sure I've got it to hand.
Okay. We move on to the whale's turn. Piper, I would like you to roll me a Constitution saving throw. Actually, you know what? No, there's a more fitting thing for this. This would be the equivalent of a grapple check, I would say. So,
Like an acrobatics.
no, acrobatics would be used if you were attempting to avoid being grabbed onto. What you are currently trying to do is avoid being thrown off. This is a feat of strength. I would like you to roll me your choice of either a strength saving throw or an athletics check.
Athletics it is. I'm glad I had advantage. Oh, good gods.
That's not too good.
No, well,
Good.
hang on. Fortunately, I am lucky.
I see. So this time when you re-roll, we will only be taking the first of the 2 dice.
I was just going to roll a d20 like this.
Very good. That's
So
a
that will be an
D20
11, and then I've got Bardic Inspiration.
That you do. And I believe you have the special Bardic Inspiration, which means you get to
I
roll
do.
2
I
dice
will
to
take
check
that
for-
6, please.
Certainly. With a 17, that is what you needed to hold on.
Fantastic.
Good lord. The creature turns around, and this time with less of a look of fear and extreme hatred. It instead looks towards the party with a look of less so. This is not fear. This is a creature that has since come to its senses. As it makes its way forward, it's going to park itself right here up against you. And then it's going to do a little something funny. I would like you all to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh dear. Is it going to sing at us?
Oh, far worse.
Is 17 fine?
You'll find out shortly.
Because I have bardic inspiration if I need it.
Let's see. Yep, that's within range, all right. And one from Piper 2, please.
Okay, I've got a 12.
I see. Somebody hasn't rolled. It's Essig. Coatrack, could you please
sorry.
roll a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm now going to describe what happens, and then I'm going to describe to each of you the effect that it has on you. A series of what appeared to at one point have been simply folds in the skin of this creature suddenly open up and reveal themselves to be stoma, these being pores, open holes in the creature's flesh. A moment after all of these various holes in the creature's skin open up like eyes, opening and seeing upon you, but revealing little more than a open tunnel. You see as this billowing white, slightly yellowish cloud comes jetting out of these various pores, engulfing an area 60 feet around the whale. Those of you who roll a 17 or higher are not affected by the following. You are charmed. You no longer recognize the whale as a threat and wish to remain still. You may take actions, but not against the whale.
Huh.
I shout out to Bobby. You still think this is a good idea?
Oh yeah, love a good fight, me.
The whale, after having ejected this great cloud and the light breeze that is blowing through the area, then proceeds to throw it away from your overall vicinity, ends its turn. Essig, it's now your turn.
Right, so I can't act against the whale.
You can take actions that do not cause harm to the whale, and you wish to remain still, meaning you have effectively 0 movement.
Right.
How long does this last? And does he have any saving throws against it?
He doesn't know how long it will last, and he doesn't know if he has the ability to save against it yet.
Oh.
Okay, that last part I don't get. So I'm not rolling saving throws, or I am because
You're not rolling saving throws.
Okay, because the rest of that made sense, but the last one just didn't. Yeah.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know when either the effect ends or when you have the opportunity to save against it.
Alright, let's see. Does Reeve currently have a bardic inspiration?
Motch?
Hmm?
Do you have a bardic inspiration?
To give, or am I currently? Sorry,
Do you currently have one active on you?
think
I
she
actually
does.
don't know.
I think someone gave her and she hasn't done an attack roll yet.
Who doesn't?
As of right now, Piper doesn't. She just used it in her previous turn.
Alright. I tap my triangle so Piper gets a bonus. You know.
You are just within reach of her.
Ding!
Awesome. Thank
Right.
you.
And, well, honestly, I'm not hurt, so I don't have any reason to cure wounds, and I can't do that to anyone who's, not touching range, so...
For reference, by the way,
I don't really have any... what?
The effect that has been afflicted onto those who failed their save is resulting in them having a dopey and joyous look on their face. They seemingly are in a state that is somewhat analogous to a state of great joyous inebriation.
Someone who's like with it needs to bottle some of this.
Well, I was thinking.
And since I have literally nothing else to do, I'll use prestidigitation to clean my triangle.
Fair.
Starts
Because I
cleaning
did just
himself in
tap
the
it.
middle of a fight.
Roll me an Arcana check. Essig?
Huh? Okay. Wrong tab. Or window. Anyway, Arcana.
As you're cleaning your triangle, you realize this thing would be a bitch to clean without the use of prestidigitation. So, we move on to Reeve's turn. As described earlier, you do not have the desire to move, and you cannot use actions to cause harm to the whale. Besides that, feel free to do with your turn as you please.
Am I close enough to anyone to use heroism? Because I do have that, and I don't know if that would help in this scenario.
Post the effect of the spell. It is a creature that you must touch, so you are not within range of any of your allies.
Use it on
Okay.
yourself.
You could use it on yourself. A willing creature that you touch can be yourself.
Would that work to at least somewhat counter out the effects from the whale? the sort of dopiness, I suppose.
No. What you are not currently considered frightened. I will say that you are considered charmed, however.
Yeah, I guess I'll try to use heroism on myself then.
Oh, that's actually a point. Is it only fully blooded elves, or do half elves also get resistance to charming?
I think half elves get it as
They
well.
do, yeah.
Oh yeah, advantage on saving throws. Would I have
Roll your
passed?
save again, Essig.
Well, it was advantage, and I already rolled both. So let me
true.
scroll up and see it.
Yeah. At 12 didn't save.
Okay.
Well, that's good. That means that we don't have to retcon.
Excellent.
Right, so Reeve, do you cast heroism on yourself?
Yes. When I click it, it comes with a pop-up saying cast at what level. What do I do for that?
Take the one it's offering you. It should say level 1.
Yes.
Okay. Upon casting heroism, you gain temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. So, what is your charisma?
4.
You gain 4 temporary hit points. If you take a look at the health section on your character sheet, there is a dedicated bit there. Perfect. Right then, we move on to Cardgar's turn.
Does anyone else need bardic inspiration while I'm here? I've still got 3 left to give.
That's a good point.
I do not.
You are within range of everyone except for Piper.
I think I'm good.
I've got inspiration.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
You could inspire the well, I suppose. Can I?
No, I don't
disengage
think I
from
will.
Okay.
What was that, Cargar?
Can I disengage from melee combat, go over to Coatrack to Essig, and just try and slap him out of it?
You certainly can. Are you just going to do a full strength slap?
Do I think a full strength slap might kill him? Like, how hurt is he?
No. Essig currently has no damage.
Okay.
In fact, if
yeah.
memory serves, none of you have taken any damage so far.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's see. How do I do an unarmed attack? I don't know.
You do an unarmed attack by just simply attacking with a melee weapon that you are proficient with, and instead of the stated damage of the melee weapon, you simply take 1 plus your strength modifier.
So that'll be 5.
All right.
That's 22
Essig.
hit.
Yep, what's up?
Just, you are being slapped in the face by a dwarf.
Not
Does
bad, is it?
22 pass your AC?
Yeah, I'm just gonna guess it does. Yes, it does.
Most probably. You take 5 slapping damage. And
What?
that's pretty significant.
That would
You-
kill most people, most civvies.
That's
yeah.
what Ginger told me I had to do for
Yep.
unarmed attack. I'm trying to slap you back to your senses.
It's
This is
Okay.
this is the meaty hand of a dwarf, bear in mind.
it's one
Like this-
It's 1d4 plus your strength modifier.
No, that's a dagger.
An unarmed attack.
Yeah, that's a dagger.
Yeah.
This is a slap.
What? Unarmed is
And-
like
and
isn't
unarmed
unarmed just
This
like
is-
1 plus your
This
strength?
is a slap.
This
Which is
1
why-
plus my strength of 18
Oh,
Yeah.
plus
Yes.
4. That's 5.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought
Uh-huh.
unarmed attacks were 1 damage and no modifier unless you had monk bonuses or unarmed proficiency.
No.
I'd rather do 1
I-
point of damage, but I'll follow what the end says.
I say that the reason why I asked if you were going for a full strength slap is because a full strength slap is an unarmed attack, and an unarmed attack, unless you have monk bonuses, is 1 plus strength.
Oh, well, did it
Right.
work?
It did not. He is still in a drunken, dopey state,
Oh, for Christ's
and
sake.
doesn't even look particularly offended by this.
Well, don't tell me he's into it.
Well, it depends.
I'm just going to say, slapping almost never works against an actually chemically or magically charmed creature.
Yes, but does
Slapping
Cardcard
normally
know
doesn't, but normally slapping isn't actually done with the intent of damaging someone.
Yeah.
Like you know those clips of people who partake in slapping competitions, like the ones where
Yes.
you've okay. Let me post a GIF of what Cardguard just did.
It's like normally when you
He's
refer to a
very
slap, it's the
passionate
kind of
dwarf,
thing that
is
could.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. Normally when you refer to a slap, it's the kind of thing that you could do 1,000 times to someone and they might get a bit irritated. This is the kind of slap where
There we
you do
go.
it a few times, people die,
Take a
Well,
look
he
at
wasn't
this.
intending to, but I guess.
or even
I'm
once.
saying,
And yes, that basically.
oh, fucking hell! That looked like it knocked him out.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what you just did to Essig.
He deserved
Did I
it.
knock him out?
The guy's tattooed the whites of his eyes and he's covered in tattoos as well. He deserved a slap.
Yeah. So yes, you know what? I'm actually going to say, Essig, you get knocked 5 feet away.
Damn.
Don't know which way, but all right.
I already moved you.
Oh, okay.
So anyone
but
need,
yes.
bardic inspiration? No? Okay.
Guess not. We move on to Piper's turn. Piper, you are also suffering under the effect of the charm.
Indeed. So I
Yeah,
let's see
curious
who's
time.
in range of me. That is Bobby, not quite this person, and Cardgar. That's fine, that's all the important people. Yeah, I am going to, upon the back of this whale, do a song of inspiration on my bagpipes as I ride this creature. And
Alright.
here we go. Mantle of inspiration. So you each get 5 temporary hit points. Can I include myself in that?
Perfect.
When you do so, a
Can I
number of
see
creatures
me?
you can a number of creatures you can see that can yeah, there's nothing there that says you can't choose yourself. Each of them gains 5 temporary hit points. When a creature gains these temporary hit points, it can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
And I'm gonna call out to them, hop aboard, as I do so.
So your current speed is 60 because of the effect of fly.
Mm-hmm.
So you can move up to 60 feet without incurring opportunity attacks if you so wish. Also, you have 5 temporary hit points.
I'm definitely going to take that opportunity, and I'm going to move right next to its eye.
Righto.
And
How big is
And
this
card
eye,
go.
by the way?
This eye is huge.
Several
It is
feet across?
literally. Yeah, about that.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
It's pretty fucking huge.
I'm going to use my remaining action to continue to play a. Let's do like an inspiring dirge.
Okay, dirges aren't normally inspiring.
No, they can be. And think that the bagpipe moments from Claymore.
Is nobody else going to take this opportunity to make their full movement that they've just been given for free?
Yeah.
That's already
Well,
being
Cardgar has.
Oh, I didn't realise that. I guess I will join you over there.
When you gain your temporary hit points, you can immediately use your reaction to move up to its speed without provoking an opportunity attack.
Okay.
Yep.
I assume
Yep.
Coat and Motch don't want to move.
Coat and Motch were not within reach of the effect, unfortunately.
No, but I got on as many people as I could. That is my turn. This illusion is the illusion continuing to attack, or is it also
It-
impacted by the?
It rears up and takes another momentous stab at the thing's nose
Great, let's have another 4.
for 4 damage.
And that's my turn.
All right. Bobby, it's now your turn.
Well, Bobby was thinking about plunging into the into eternal darkness, or at least temporary darkness, by using its lamp. However, opportunity has arisen, and instead he's going to cast Booming Blade once again, and stab this bloody thing in its gigantic eye. That's the reason I asked how big this eye was, because I figure something that's several feet across is specifically targetable when I'm standing right next to it.
I'd say so.
So, Booming
Go
Blade,
ahead and roll your attack.
and That's 16.
And a 16 does indeed pass its AC.
Takes 9 damage. As I push
That
You-
mantle. That mantle of inspiration is ridiculous. I can move the entire party as a bonus
pretty
action.
great.
Yeah.
I've played in a party with a bard that had that. It was fucking broken.
Yep, that's
So
badass.
as you jam the rapier down into this creature's eye, its eyelid quickly shuts, the blade deflecting off and plunging into the flesh surrounding the eyeball. You definitely draw a wound from it, but it seems as though it was able to protect itself from receiving a direct blow to the jelly of the eye.
Mhm.
Okay, you have your bonus action.
I do. What I'm going to do with that, but
Assault it.
no, I'm not going to insult it. No. No, at this point in time, I'm going to use my bardic inspiration on someone that doesn't have it. Who doesn't have bardic inspiration? Anyone?
I believe as of right now, Essig doesn't.
Oh, you there? Right.
Then
Sorry, I forgot I muted myself on Discord when I left. I wasn't actually gone more than half a minute. Anyway,
Aha.
Would you like a bardic inspiration, sir?
I still have the one you gave me at the beginning because I never used it. I should have used it with the saving throw, but I forgot to.
Fine. In that case, I will
Ah.
not. I will keep my bardic inspiration to myself.
Alrighty.
Mhm.
We move on to the whale's turn. The whale, seemingly largely disinterested in the members of your party, changes its location to here
And
and makes an attack at Essig.
also takes
Oh,
a
wait, hang on
booming
a minute.
blade damage of 1d8 to its eyeball.
Does this count as an opportunity attack?
Yes.
No, we're not.
No,
We're not
you-
sitting on it. We're floating next to it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, we just flew over
Yeah.
next.
Only Kiki's doing the whole land on it.
Okay, in that case, I will move things separately.
It takes 1d8
Kiki.
and another rapier stab.
Does your halfling lucky reroll damage dice?
Don't think it does.
Hey guys, I did the thing.
Ooh,
Did do the thing. So I did 8 damage to it, and you did holy shit damage to it.
16. That's a total of 24 damage.
That move must have hurt.
Yes, it did.
You're doing great, Card Guard. Just keep it up. Bet that's not the first time you've heard that.
Gargoyle just grumbles at you and says something on his breath about how he's
You need to
definitely
roll
having
your-
a whale of a time.
It's 1d4 vicious mockery damage, right?
No, I'm not vicious mockering him. That's just wit.
Vicious
All
wit.
right.
It's different. It's
Coatrack.
called wit. It's spontaneous.
The whale flies over to you, and in your pseudo drunken stupor, you see it as a big friend.
So did the slap not
And-
help?
You get the distinct impression that it's about to give you a big hug.
So the slap didn't help, it just hurt me.
No, it just hurts.
That's right.
Okay. Well, if I'm not aware of any threat, I don't suppose I would do anything.
The rest of the party looks on in horror as Coatrack is eaten.
I'm not sure
Coatrack.
horror is the right emotion for this.
Coatrack, from your perspective, you see the great maw of this creature envelop you, and suddenly you are within an entirely foreign environment. You're not hurt in any way, but there seems to be there seems to be a large gushing of air which is blowing you further down into the creature's interior. As this happens, you are suddenly made aware of the nature of your circumstance as the effects of the charm wear off.
Ocean coat.
With that said, I just did a fucky wookie. Korak, what was your
Scroll up.
your initiative?
Wasn't he
It
like
doesn't
12.2?
I was like right after the whale, I think.
Yeah, he's 12.2.
Yeah, you were. Yes, as is right. It was 12.2. I'm
Yep,
going
found it.
to
12.2.
reset that. 12.2.
So is he or is
yeah.
he not eaten?
He is eaten, but for the sake of retaining his thing, what I'm going to do is move him off the edge of the map instead. That being said, it is now Coatrack's turn.
Okay,
As I say,
what's going on?
The effects of the effects of the charm have now concluded, and you are being rapidly carried into the whale's gullet via the act of having first been swallowed and then having a variety of high intensity air jets being blasting you further into its interior space.
Okay.
You are now fully aware. You are no longer restricted in terms of movement or action, though on the interior it is pitch black, so any effects that require line of sight, you do not have any opportunity to make.
I don't really get what I can do then.
Use the
You've
bleeding
got
potion.
a potion.
A potion?
You've got a potion that makes whales throw up.
We've all got a potion of whale puking.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll dump that out, I guess.
All right, so Coatrack, you fumble around, not able to see the contents of your pack, using your sense of touch to try and find this small vial that you were handed prior to this excursion. It takes you a few seconds to unwrap the cord that keeps the cork firmly held in place, and well, basically, it takes your entire action and turn in order to open up and begin spraying around the contents of whatever is in this thing, and are shocked to smell that it is virtually identical to vanilla.
You've made yourself taste of vanilla.
That
Wait.
said, Reeve, it's now your turn.
Can I get close enough for that vicious mockery I put through earlier that I couldn't do because I was too far away?
Unfortunately, you are still under the effect of the charm.
Okay, so it's warmed off on Coat, but not on me. Okay.
That's right.
He has been eaten. I have not.
I'm not really sure what I could do then. I've got the heroism I could cast again, I guess, but I don't think that will really help much.
I don't think so. We could just skip over your turn for now, if you like.
Yes, that might be a good idea.
All right, we move on to Cardgar's turn.
Can I hit it?
You certainly can try.
Okay. Does that hit?
Shatter?
Yep.
Yes. Are you sure you have enough spell slots for that?
It's my last level 2 spell.
That makes sense. It needs to roll against you. Let's see. With a total of a 16, it passes, causing it half damage.
So 6.
Yep.
I probably would have been better off just hitting it. Oh well.
Probably.
And I guess
You have your bonus action.
Well, I've got my movement, yeah?
You have your movement too.
I'll move over to here.
All
Anyone
right.
need to be inspired? No? Okay.
No, I think we're good.
Alrighty. We move on to Piper's turn. I'm going to start trying to get this moving along a bit quicker so that this combat encounter can come to a close before it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
That would be a good idea.
Yes.
So,
Now-
Piper, describe your turn.
Okay, so once again, I only have Bobby and Cardgar in range. Would Bobby actually benefit from getting a free movement, or are you happy where you are?
I mean, I could take the free movement. I could try and repeat the same process that I did last turn.
Well, yeah, but you go before the whale anyway, so...
Yeah, but I gain an extra movement, essentially. No, you're right. Actually, I'm okay. I'll be honest.
Is Cardgar inspired?
Bardically, yes.
Okay, I was going to give you my my inspiration that gives you a damage boost, but I guess not. I shall just continue my backing track to the combat and have my illusion carry on with its thing.
Okay. The illusion takes a stab at it. And we move on to Bobby's turn. Action and bonus action. What do?
What do indeed. Let's have a quick look. I think I've still got a couple of decent spell slots left at quite a high level. Yes, I do. We're doing all right for them. We are going to cast my second shatter.
Alrighty. I will preemptively roll the saving throw.
Hmm.
And with a 7, I don't think it passes.
It takes 17 thunder damage right into its bowels. I aim right into the center of its stomach. Deep within
It has to be a point that you can see, so you hit it on its surface.
Okay. Right above its about. That's all. About.
I have a suggestion.
About there.
Why don't you retarget one of the points that previously exploded out into a blood blister?
Why not? Fine. Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Perfect. In doing so, you cause the blood blister to pop, causing a large open wound. This open wound emits a vast quantity of this red ichor that you drew out earlier with your particularly nasty rapier strike.
Mm-hmm.
In doing so, you feel as though you've definitely caused a wound that will probably form a hell of a nasty scar.
Groovy. And I'm then going to move out there.
Right, good to know. It now gets to the whale's turn.
Does it take an attack of opportunity?
You know what? I think it will. It's going to attempt to nom you.
Really?
Does an 18 hit?
An 18 does hit.
Good.
It's
The creature takes one hell of a bite at you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is your AC?
AC is 16.
Okay, in that
Yeah.
case, you take 18 damage as the pair of jaws snap at you with sufficient force that you feel as though it was probably trying to gulp you in one go, but instead simply bashes against you with tremendous force.
remember your 5 points of
Oh, I
temporary
have.
hit points.
I have done. I'm just also going to cast my last second level spell,
Hellish Rebuke.
Hellish Rebuke.
15.
No, better. 22.
Fire damage.
It does not like that at all. After snapping at you, knocking you back, probably breaking a rib or two in the process, and sending you flying, you turn around and unleash a giant gout of fire, connecting the point of impact of its jaws against your body to the point where it connected, and in turn causing a great gout of fire to stream into its face.
Get fucked.
Indeed. I will say at this point, with that last bit of damage, it is now looking at the point where it has a variety of wounds across its body. This last instance of Hellish Rebuke has caused a quite nasty burn scar across its face. The booming effect has caused the eye that you stabbed earlier from your booming blade to, well, let's just put it this way, that eye hasn't opened again. It's in a state now where it would definitely be considered in pain. And it moves on to its turn.
Yeah.
The creature moves back a little to here and makes a bite attack against Cardgar.
Do I get an attack opportunity for the move?
Yes, you do.
Eat 21.
Do any of these acts of aggression against my allies induce a save against the charm effect?
No, they do not.
Christ, that's a hell of a charm.
Apex Predator.
Smelly, fishy little bitch.
Indeed. So, you managed to hit it for another 12 damage.
Yeah, question, Ginger. On its turn, did it not have to do like a roll against vanilla?
It did. I'll get round to that in a moment.
Okay. Anyway, I need to dodge an attack of 16. I have AC of 18.
The jaws clamp down on your armor, and much like how when you squeeze a bar of soap too hard, you get plooped out.
How far do I get shot away?
I'd say you move about 15 feet before the effects of flight cause your inertia to be cancelled.
Whee!
It's then going to do something rather unexpected. It's then going to make a second attack against you.
Aren't I
Coming
out of
close.
range? Okay.
14 fails.
18. I'm so glad I got this armor.
Yeah. It's probably saved you quite nicely at this point.
Yeah. Since it moved again, do I get another opportunity attack?
No, you only get to make an attack of opportunity when it moves out of your attack reach.
Okay.
But that said, it is now Essig's turn. Essig, you have thrown vanilla extract around the room, or at least what you hope is vanilla extract.
Uh-huh.
And as a result, I'm going to roll this thing's Constitution saving throw. So that would be one of these. It passes. So, Essig, it's now your turn. What do? If you are just going to patiently wait for the vomiting mixture to have its effect, then we'll move on to Reeves' turn.
It doesn't really seem like there's... On the other hand, I suppose there's no particular reason I couldn't do this.
If you're inside,
Can it hear me?
Start stabbing.
Stab its
Can
tonsil.
can it hear me, by the way?
It might be able to hear you.
I mean, I can hear my stomach when it's rumbling.
Indeed. But you typically don't hear the food inside your stomach. You hear the muscles around it.
Well, that's true, but my
But the
stomach.
food inside our stomach is typically not talking to us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Alright.
As I say, you don't know if it can hear you.
Well, besides, I can
I
be
mean,
particularly loud with this, so I will uninspire it by really loudly bashing my triangle.
Yes, but the question is, if a cat eats one of your Apple earbuds, can you hear the music from inside its stomach?
We know this is true.
Oh Christ! Really?
Yep.
I mean, we have what is it called? Bone induction sound, don't we?
Yes.
So that goes through your body.
Yeah,
That's
that
weird.
goes through your bones, though, not your stomach. Most stomachs don't tend to have bones in them.
Kiki, do you have the
This
video
is
to
a weird
hand?
space whale.
There is
Anyway,
literally a video of someone whose cat has eaten their earbud, and the cat is sat there with music playing from its stomach, looking rather pleased with itself.
All right, so you de-inspire it so that the next time it does what exactly? It rolls a negative D4?
gets a D6 penalty to next saving throw.
Next saving throw. Got it.
Alright. And well, because I don't exactly have to guess where the whale is, I will cast Shatter on it.
I have found it.
It doesn't really matter what direction I aim, as long as I aim, slightly past the circle of myself. I'm fine.
Sure. Go ahead and roll the damage.
It's a saving throw of a. But the damage it gets halved if
It does
passed.
not. It does not
lame
succeed
again.
the
But all
saving
right,
throw.
anyway, 11.
Very good. Right. We move on to Reeves' turn. Reeve, you are still considered charmed, so if there is anything that you'd like to do let me know.
I don't think there's much I can do.
You could try inspiring your allies.
True. Does anyone need bardic inspiration?
I think
Am I
we're
close
all
enough
still
to anyone?
inspired.
You are close enough to Cardgar.
I'm still inspired from Trig. I haven't rolled badly.
I suppose in that case, we should just get things moving on to Cardgar. I'm sorry, Motch.
That's okay.
I hit it.
You don't.
I don't hit it.
No, you don't. Inspiration? Yeah, I don't know if that's going to
I
do
mean,
anything,
yeah,
is
I'm
it?
gonna use my inspiration on that.
A natural 1 always fails. Unless you have DM inspiration, you can't save this.
All right. I will not use my inspiration to knock it up a few points. All right. That's me.
All right. After Cardgar, we get to Piper.
Right. Well, we've got the effect of my illusion once again.
All right. It's going to attempt to
It likes
stab
it
the
through.
whale. Yep. The whale be
And
stabbed. I stab at thee, yells Illusory Reeve.
Kargard, you have inspiration at the moment. You do, don't you?
Cardgar
Yeah.
does
Yeah.
have.
He does. I
Yep.
don't think I do, and I'll take a damagey inspiration. Got one?
Yeah, I don't know if I've got range for you though.
Okay.
You don't, unfortunately.
No worries.
Can I? In fact, it's someone who can hear me, right?
It's somebody who can hear you within 60 feet of range.
Can I waive that additional 5 feet by using the earrings of telepathy that we are both wearing?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
It's not. It's the effect of your musical talents that causes the inspiration. I'm going to say.
Then I shall continue my bagpiping.
All right, Bobby, we get to your turn.
Right. Okay. I'm out of shatters. In fact, I'm out of all of my higher level spells. But that's
So
okay.
you're down to first levels.
Just down to first levels. That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind that at all. Because I have something that not many other bards have. I have Eldritch Blast. And do 2 damage with it. Jesus Christ, I'd been better off just Hellish Rebuking. Not Hellish Vicious Mockery.
Viciously mocking the creature probably would have done about as much damage.
Yep. But it's Eldritch Blast is stylish. It's got that whole blat of force damage, and
Yeah.
it probably gets past any resistances this thing might have to do it. The full 2 damage that it's dealt.
So, as you do that, is there anything else you want to do with your turn, or does it move on to the whale's turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna move back a little. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, move there arbitrarily.
Alrighty. If that's the end of your turn, we
It
move
is.
on to the whale's turn. And the whale, first of all, it's going to attempt to use half of its movement to shake Piper off of it. Piper, I presume that given your active, the way you described what you were doing in the previous turn, giving this combat a backing track, that you're no longer attempting to hunker down and hold on for dear life.
Oh yeah, I am essentially sitting on its back against this barnacle with my bagpipes, pressing myself into a crevice of it with my feet.
Righto. In
But
that case,
if it
I'm
comes
going
to it, yeah.
In that case, do bear in mind each time that you're doing that, I'm saying that you're using both your movement and your bonus action.
That's no problem. I can't move anyway, I'm charmed.
It's going to attempt to shake you off.
Yep.
I'd like you to roll me an athletics check, please.
No problem. Let's dig up an athletics check for you. That's not the best. I do have an inspiration. Although I would also like to throw a lucky in there and have another shot. Just in case, I can pick the best one.
Okay. So you have advantage, but lucky only gives you an additional dice, which
Yeah.
means this is a 13.
Right. So let's do an additional. I think it's a Cardgar inspiration I have, isn't it?
Unless
Indeed.
you use it.
I'll take the 6, please. So that is,
Piper
assuming it's
manages-
number 17. That's fine.
Piper manages to hold on once again as the whale fails to shake her off and then proceeds to swim right past Cardgar, never quite leaving his attack range so as to not trigger an attack of opportunity.
Boo.
And due to Reeve's charmed nature, Reeve gets immediately swallowed. Just like with Essig earlier, Reeve, as you pass over the moor and are immediately subjected to the great jetting forces which are pushing you back down this thing's gullet, you are suddenly brought back to your senses as you are no longer considered charmed. With that done, the creature turns around and attempts to eat Cardgar again.
In all this, I don't get any opportunities, do I?
I'm afraid not. It
All right.
seems as though it's making sure to keep a protected side in your direction at all times.
Oh, this means it's starting to consider us a serious threat.
Indeed,
Well,
it is.
at least me. I don't know about you, Kiki.
Look, it tried to throw me off. It's failed. I'm doing great.
I thought I was just making friends with you.
Do you reckon if I
So,
own it, they'll let us keep
roll
it
your
at the
attack.
academy?
A 9 does not succeed.
I'm fine.
Right. That's the end of its turn. It makes another Constitution saving throw.
This is our party from the whale's perspective.
Right. We continue on.
Hmm.
At this point, I would like, let's see, Bobby, you and Cardgar both give me insight checks, please.
X. Insight.
I'm going
Insight.
to use
suppose I'm
my
I suppose animal
my
handling would also
inspiration.
work.
14.
Good to know.
I'll take the 20.
You are both able to tell from the general body language of this creature that it's not just amping up the ferocity of its assault in response to anger styles of response. It's also got a degree of franticness about it.
Quick, blast it a few more times. It might die.
I fully intend to.
That said, we move on to Essig and Reeve's turn. Oh, actually, Essig.
Yep.
That negative inspiration that you inflicted upon it.
Yeah.
That triggers on its next saving throw, doesn't it?
Yeah, that would have been the shatter.
Ah, yes. But it failed that regardless, so no need
Yeah.
to roll. But that does consume the effect, I'm afraid.
Yes.
Right. Essig, it is now your turn. And since you and Reeve are both inside the whale, I will say both of you go ahead and do a thing. The inside of the whale is loud, blustering, and generally speaking, fairly unpleasant, but not painful.
Well, I can't really think of much else I'm gonna do other than just try to stab it from the inside.
Go ahead.
So
I would say
I'll do that.
it doesn't take too much for you to, as you're being jostled around the inside of it by these jets, you do occasionally bump into large walls of internal flesh.
Alright. So am I rolling attack or just damage then?
You do have to roll the attack.
Okay.
Even from the inside, you can still miss.
There you go.
You don't.
12 piercing. Nice.
Did Reeve Reeve's the other one in there, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
did
Reeve's going to attempt to do roughly what's in that GIF I just posted. So
Yeah, do you need a bardic inspiration?
Have you
I think I've got one. I've got my
Okay.
Sayax with me. How do I?
You've
So
also
still-
got some vanilla, right?
Attacks and
Yeah,
spellcasting.
you've got another potion
Yeah,
of,
click and select in there.
whale puking as well.
That is a point. Reeve, you have your vial of make whales puke. Are you going to use it?
Yes, I suppose I can.
Okay, you can either do that or stab.
Since Essig's already stabbed, I suppose I'll use the vial instead.
Alrighty, good to know. That's 2 vials emptied into this thing's guts. Again, you are shocked to smell that the scent of vanilla that you encountered upon being blown into this thing's interior seems to be coming from the vial. You put 2 and 2 together and realize that, oh shit, one of your friends is in here too. That said, we now move on to Cardgar's turn. What do you do?
I hit it.
Go ahead and hit it. That's definitely a hit.
Okay.
And with that,
That's me.
as Cardgar drives his axe into the creature's nose, it digs in, and then as he pulls it out, another great wound is left.
When I look at it, can I see Reeves and Essig through the wound?
No, you can't.
Okay, just asking.
There in its belly, you just attacked its chin.
It's all whale at the end of the day.
Speaking of all whale, Piper, you're still charmed. It's your turn.
I am still charmed. Let's just do my standard. Let's have this D6. Oh, that's not a command. There we go. Let's have 5 psychic damage, and
Oof.
there's no one to inspire in range. So,
There's me.
are you not inspired?
Not anymore.
Okay, have my inspiration. You can use it on your damage dice.
Oh, even
Amazing.
better. It's like it was made for me.
Exactly. That's why I've been trying to give it to you for a while.
Alrighty. It
Easy.
now goes on to Bobby's turn.
Right.
Oh wait, hang on. No, Kiki, if you use your bonus action to give him inspiration, that means you're no longer
That
hunkering
means I
down.
can't hunker. Can I
Yeah.
not use my action as a? Can I not knock my action down to a bonus action for that?
You can't, but I will say you could just use your action to grab on with a grapple check. So roll me athletics.
Perfect.
If you roll high enough, you'll have advantage next time it tries to throw you off.
It's not
That's
best.
not high enough. All
That's
right,
fine then.
we move on to Bobby.
Indeed. Bobby's going to advance a little bit. Like a drunk Liverpudlian on a Friday night, I'm going to start making advances on the whale. I'm glad someone
You
got
get
that.
closer by 60 feet?
I get closer by 60 feet, and I bust out something I don't actually used before. This is normally down to Motch to use, but I'm going to use my dissonant whisper.
Oh, fun. Okay, that's an intelligence saving throw, which is nowhere near as good as its others. That's a fail. Okay.
Don't you have
Roll your
inspiration?
3. Holy shit! That's a big damage.
Take 16 psychic damage, you big
Oh,
fat
damn.
fucking whaley bitch.
I'm shocked that it deals that much damage as a level 1 spell, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's mad. 3d6 plus, and that's if it saves it, it's still half that. Dissonant
Yeah.
Whispers is nasty.
Like, that's nearly as much as Shatter, and that's a level 2 spell.
Yeah,
It then has to use its reaction to run away and enforce a opportunity attack from Khadgar, right?
yes.
No, it doesn't use its reaction, it uses its action to run away.
No, it uses a reaction.
Does it?
Yeah.
Immediately
Read
uses
the text.
its reaction.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Use its speed to run away.
Shall I roll an
That's-
attack?
Yes, you should.
Yeah, Dissonant Whispers is a mad spell.
I'm going to add 1d6 to
roll,
that.
roll me a roll me an athletics check there. Roll me an athletics check there, Piper.
Righto, let's do an athletics. And
That is sufficient to hold on.
fantastic.
While I reduce its health by a further 9. And it's now going to use its full movement to go over here.
I'll tell you what, this charm's a nightmare. And no, I'm not going to get eaten just to get rid of it.
Yeah, the charm is nasty.
I think you might be impossible for it to eat because you have no incentive to let go and you have no desire to move.
And I'm just fortunate I've still got an illusion that can deal damage to it.
Yes, you are very fortunate. It is, however, now the whale's turn. And the whale is going to do a attack that it hasn't done yet.
Oh.
A massive swipe of its tail causes it to gain a ridiculous amount of momentum as it charges forward at high speed. I would like Khadgar and Bobby to each give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh dear.
Oh no, not a dexterity saving throw.
Next up, we're asking you for a charisma one.
I know, right? I mean, fucking hell. I still failed it.
Indeed you did.
That's okay. I'm going to use my my inspiration. My GM inspiration. To roll a 20 instead.
Well done. You pass the save
got it,
and
this one.
halve the incoming damage.
Really? Incoming damage, eh?
It travels 120 feet forwards,
Okay.
slamming into the pair of you as it does so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hang on. I need to highlight and move everything, not just the whale.
So Although I wasn't able
And-
to dodge it, does it beat my AC?
This isn't an attack. This is an effect that you need to try and save against, which you failed. Which means, as it slams into you, it deals this much damage. It's not particularly nasty, especially when it rolls that fucking low. What the hell?
Oh wow!
So I take
Well,
three
good
of.
thing I've got those temporary hit points.
I take 3 of that, right?
Yes, you take 3, and Cardgar takes 6.
And it takes a hellish rebuke from me.
Very nice.
So
An
it's
additional
done
9
a total of
damage.
4 damage and taken 9.
I've taken 1 damage.
And as it makes that charge, Piper, I'd like another athletics saving throw from you, please.
So,
Basically, every time this thing moves, it's you have to hold on.
yep, let's do an athletic. There it is. That's not great. I can. I'm going to use my GM inspiration to remain on the back of the whale.
Okay.
In fact, I'm going to. This whale is my friend. I'm going to use that nat 20 from the GM inspiration to have a firm grip with just my feet pushing against the barnacle and play some triumphant music as the whale charges in to really dramatize the moment.
All right. Roll your extra d20.
Extra d20. What? Explain.
Well, you've made an athletics check to try and stop being thrown off, and you got a 2 and a 6. The extra d20 is the DM inspiration to try and ignore the 2 and the 6.
Oh, I thought the GM inspiration was straight 20.
No, it's you roll again.
No, I
Oh,
just rolled a 20 with mine.
right. Let's burn a lucky as well. There we go. We're fine. We're fine. We made it.
That is sufficient.
I'm out of lucky. I'm out of lucky. I'm out of inspirations.
Oh dear. Well, we move on to Bobby's turn.
Huh. Looks like I'm right
No,
next to the whale.
It was just the whale's turn, which means it's actually Essig's and
Oh, yeah.
Reeves' turn first.
You're quite right.
Speaking of,
Barfed
I
yet?
need to roll a Constitution saving throw. It has not barfed yet. By the way, you may notice that negative number keeps getting higher.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to do something at some point. So, Essig and Reeve, what do?
Stab the tonsils.
So I'm still trapped in here, right?
You are still trapped in it. The anti-barf mechanic, the anti-barf serum has yet to make it barf.
All right. And did Reeve use up inspiration?
I use the serum.
No, your inspiration. Do you still have that?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
All right, then I have nothing to do other than stab this thing again.
Go for it. With a 19, you most certainly hit and deal an additional 8 damage.
I will also go for a light bit of a stab if it's my go.
Go for it. Roll your Sayax. That glances off the interior lining of its stomach and does not manage to find purchase, I'm afraid.
Ah.
So, with that said, we now move on to Cardgar's turn. Another
hit?
7 damage.
Does anyone need inspiration that I can see? So, Trig, do you need inspiration?
Yeah, I'll take
You
inspiration.
can also see Piper.
Yeah, but she's useless.
I do 1d6 damage a turn.
It's actually not that useless, yeah.
Good. Well, Trig, you now have a creative inspiration.
Excellent.
A little musical note is floating over your head.
I will use it somewhat creatively.
All right. It
That's
is
the
now
last
Piper's
of those,
turn.
isn't it? Right, I've got my my
Piper
d6.
Piper is floating now in front of the whale. In fact, I'm actually going to move her here.
Wait, what? I've been kicked off.
You, yeah, I believe you were kicked off with the last charge.
no,
No,
she
no,
managed
you saved with the you saved by burning everything, didn't you?
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
that's a 6 on his
That's another 6.
illusion damage. And I'm gonna continue to cling onto this whale.
All right. You continue clinging. And we move on to Robert's turn. Bobby, what do?
I think my best bet at this point is another dissonant whispers.
All right. Go ahead.
Wow. No, you know what? It's not. I'm going to once again use Boomer's Blade.
All right. Boomer's
Um,
Blade it is. You take a stab at it. Roll your attack.
And I roll my.
That's most certainly a hit.
I don't suppose I get advantage because Khadgar's on the other side of it, do I?
I'm afraid not. No, you.
Kind of flanking.
In order to get advantage, you'd actually have to be on opposite sides of its actual token.
Okay.
But you are.
We are. Look where I am,
No,
look
as
where he
in
is.
like you'd have to be over here and he'd have to be over there.
Damn.
We'd have to be further away.
Yeah, apparently.
Look,
Hang on.
ridiculously huge.
Trig,
Ridiculously huge.
Are you above or below the whale? 'Cause
Below
I'm
the
above
whale.
it. Well, we both said at the same time, so that clearly wasn't him trying to game the system.
I'm afraid
I'm
that's
above
not
the
how
whale,
it
he's
works.
below it. They're opposite sides.
You hit it for 9 damage.
Boo.
No, not just 9 damage. Oh, with the thunder damage
Well,
comes in later.
You've inflicted the booming effect on it.
Yes.
And it now turns to the whale's turn. And it's going to attempt to shake off Piper by first moving to here and causing the booming effect to trigger.
Athletics, yeah?
God damn it.
That's an athletics check.
That was 2 damage. Not exactly special, but
That's a 14 from me.
Does it take an attack of opportunity as well?
No, it hasn't moved outside of your attack range. A 14 is not sufficient to hold on.
I had advantage 15 because I was I put my full action into bracing.
You were clinging on thanks to not having spent your bonus action. Yes, that is ridiculous. You have managed to cling on to this thing for such a long time. I'm actually in disbelief.
I've got a -1 to my athletics.
I know, that's why I'm in disbelief.
I've burned everything.
I swear, the Suno for this is going to be interesting.
It's now going to attempt to bite at Trig.
Piper needs to change her name or add a moniker of Whale Rider.
Oh, God.
I assume a 20 hits you, Trig. What is your AC?
16, it definitely hits me.
Right. In that case, it hits you for this much.
Oh, damn.
Oh, I am out.
Right.
They got you.
Yeah, I've got 14 health.
I guess
Bobby
it's
is
all up to me.
finally brought unconscious by the whale's attack. As it manages to bite onto him, it actually, as it bites onto him with such force it renders him unconscious, it then proceeds to double up on that and gulp him down. Bobby enters the creature's stomach.
Okay.
And it used 2 attacks to bite, then swallow. That means it is now, let's see, Essig's turn. And it attempts to make another saving throw. This time, it rolls a natural 20. That is its attempt to stop from barfing.
Tell you what, this anti getting eaten by whale stuff's rubbish.
Yeah.
You know
Look,
what?
it's a-
I've got something that
it's
might
a-
help with this.
It's a tiny vial versus a 100-foot long whale. It takes a bit of time.
So anyway, it's my turn again.
It is.
I shall again stab it.
During your turn, you hear another gulping action as you undergo the familiar sensation, well, the now familiar sensation to you of seeing another one of your companions enter the stomach. You can't see who it is. You just know that it's just eaten something. Last time it was Reeve. You stab the interior of the stomach and deal a rather nasty 11 damage. And with that, we move on to Reeve's turn. I will say we're coming to the close of this fight rather soon, guys.
Would it be worth me just attempting to stab the inside of the whale again?
Yes.
Could do.
I'll go for the rapier rather than the Sayax this time. It's a different attack style. Maybe I'll have more luck with the roll.
It's a lot more damage as well.
Unfortunately, a 12 does not hit.
It's a shame that having someone inside it and someone outside it doesn't count as flanking.
Yeah, right.
I mean, we're pretty much in multiple angles here, but it's, yeah.
Anyway, we now move on to Cardgar's turn.
How badly is it beaten up? Like, does it look like the next hit might take it down?
At this point, it has reached the crest of its actions of rage and panic, and is looking like it is starting to lose steam.
All right. You know what? I'm actually gonna do something to help the party, because if
Really?
this works, it will throw up everyone. Did that go through?
Bane went through.
So
Let's
every time
see.
it has to roll a saving throw, if it doesn't pass the charisma saving throw, every time it makes saving throw, it's at minus D4.
Yep, so that is one of these. A 10 does not pass your saving throw, I bet.
All right, so it's now at -4 for every attack roll, saving throw. Is there anything else? Yeah, attack roll and saving throws are at minus D4.
Alrighty.
And then,
We move on to Piper's turn, unless there's anything else you want to do.
no, there's no point moving, I don't think.
I shall brace myself and do my d6.
Alrighty, roll your d6.
If I kill it with an illusion,
That would be absurd. At this point, just the consistent chip damage. Oh,
It's
yeah. At
one.
this point, the consistent
Oh.
chip damage that you've been able to achieve on this thing is amounting to quite a lot.
Is I don't think Halfling Lucky does damage, does it? It's just skill
It
saves.
doesn't know. It's only when you roll a d20.
Oh. Oh well, it's an
Okay.
extra damage.
Right. So, are you using you're using your bonus action to grab on, and you're using your
My
Using
movement and my
your
action
illusion.
spreads, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. In that case, we move on to Bobby's turn. Please roll a death saving throw.
Yep. Saving throws are.
That's one success. Mark it down on your character sheet. And now we move on to the whale's turn. The whale is going to attempt to throw Piper off of its nose once again. Please roll me an athletics saving throw, please. An athletics check, I should say.
Right, no problem. Where's my athletics? There it is. That's an 18, please.
Another success. Jesus Christ. And it's going to make 2 bite attacks against Cardgar.
Remember to minus d4 for those. By the way, shouldn't it have rolled against throwing up trig?
No, it rolls to empty its stomach at the end of each of its turns.
Right. Well, make your attacks. Minus d4.
That's the D4
you
has
did.
already been incorporated into that.
Okay, that's your first hit. However, can I use silvery barbs on that?
If you have the spell slot for it, yes, you can.
All right, give it another go.
Okie dokie. That's a 22 this time.
Can I use silvery barbs on that?
No, you can't. You only get one reaction per turn.
Okay.
You
So-
take this much bite damage.
Good
What?
God.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm not down. My brain can't maths that. I'm at 6.
Ow.
This bite damage is very, very tasty.
And it's then going to attempt to bite you again. Pretty sure a 9 doesn't hit you.
That's a miss.
Right, that's the end of the whale's turn. We move on to it attempting to not barf, which at this point, that negative modifier has climbed sufficiently to make it fail.
You should also add a d4 negative to that as well.
Sure, why
I
not?
want to be relevant.
By the way,
And we
roll
need
me
to know how
roll me a
effective
Constitution
it is,
saving,
yeah.
bro.
Myself,
Yes.
I'm fine.
Yeah, you're fine. That was a concentration check, by the way.
It's not
Yeah.
20.
So, you all hear a great rumbling sensation as the whale not only barfs, but does so whilst swimming backwards, throwing itself in this direction.
Attack of
Huh,
opportunity, right?
Opportunity attack.
Lack of opportunity.
Oh, for Christ's sake, that damage is rubbish.
And as it does so, the remaining members of the party are ejected from its gut. And that's going to be an athletics check from Piper as well to avoid being tossed off.
Certainly.
What happened to Motch?
Um,
Oh, I know, the Motch is there. What happened to Trig?
I've got advantage on that because I'm braced. And
Uh-huh, but
I put an extra action into it rather than just my bonus.
yeah,
Does a 14 count for it?
that is advantage unless you have a bardic inspiration. I don't believe that works. Do you have bardic inspiration?
I don't believe I do. Has anyone inspired me? I don't think they have.
Not for a while.
No, you said I was
I'm out.
useless.
I'm out of Inspire, sorry.
Yeah,
In that
I
case,
am off.
Piper is
Okay.
ejected as well, as it finally manages to dislodge her. And with that-
Actually, no, wait, hang on. Silvery Barbs allows me to choose a friendly to give them advantage as well as a secondary effect.
She already had advantage.
Oh, never mind.
Unfortunately, advantage doesn't stack.
Yeah.
Well, it should.
I used to be in agreement with that sentiment, but then it was explained to me that if advantages could stack, that would be the meta. Just stack advantage to the into the stratosphere to never fail a check.
I'm
And
okay with that.
it would also take twice as long for any given combat turn to complete.
I'm not okay with that.
Yeah. But it is now Essig's turn. Essig, you find yourself ejected from the interior of the whale, and it doesn't look good.
What do you mean it doesn't look good?
It is not in a healthy state. This is not
Oh,
a
the whale
happy
doesn't look good.
whale.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess that's good.
Let's just put it this way. It is within shattering range.
That would be useful if I still had second level spell slots.
So, what do you do?
Well, not sure if this will be as effective as when I was inside, but I guess I'll try stabbing it.
Yeah, so you want to get up close and give it another stab, do you?
Yes. Also, does anyone need
Okay.
bardic inspiration? Because I still have one.
I'm short on this inspiration.
You are inspired.
Hurrah!
Okay, now I shall attempt to impale the beast.
That deals damage. Okay. We now move on to Reeve's turn. Motch, you're up. You've been ejected from the contents of the stomach, feeling like you have been covered in what this realm's equivalent to saliva is, which is just air, and smelling strongly of vanilla.
If you have any healing magic, Bobby is currently dying.
Yes, he is.
I don't think I have any healing magic. No, sorry.
Really? You don't have cure wounds or something? Damn.
Cure wounds and healing word would both do it.
Yeah.
I don't have either of those.
Oof.
I'm
Medicine?
intrigued to know what spells you do have, because that's wild. Okay.
Right then, so what do you do?
Am I close enough to the whale now for my vicious mockery from earlier to come into effect?
You absolutely are, but that was many turns ago.
Isn't whispers or
Rapier.
I've had more success with Dissonant Whispers than I have with any of my physical weapons, so I think I'll use that one again.
Alright.
Go for it. Ooh. A 2 and 2 1s. Let's see if it passes the saving throw. I believe that is a intelligence save, which means it's -2. It fails. It takes 4 damage.
It has to run away and trigger an opportunity attack from Essig.
Indeed, it does. It immediately attempts to flee.
So I get an attack.
Does anyone
Uh,
need bardic inspiration before my turn's over, by the way?
I'm good.
No, but that makes me think I'll use Bardic Inspiration on this attack if I need it, I guess.
Well, go
Since
ahead and roll.
it's wrapping up. Okay, I probably don't
Yeah.
need it. Well, anyway.
Essig, describe to me your flourish as you land the killing blow.
Knowing that it is the true source of his power, he aims. So he reaches his hand out with the triangle between him and the monster, stabs right through it with his rapier, imbuing the power of song into his final killing blow.
As Essig rams his rapier through the triangle, jingling it in the process, the rapier imbues this note from the triangle into the whale's body, and in doing so, causes the whale to reverberate. Its own death wail ends up singing out at the exact same note as what Essig's triangle plays, as it simply ceases to move.
Oh gosh, yes, I couldn't have done that earlier.
In a moment that I'm quite frankly shocked at, you guys managed to successfully deplete the over 300 HP of a sky whale,
Nice.
despite the fact that it downed one of you and ate three of you.
Without even pulling the rapier out, he looks over his shoulder and at the team and says, "Well done."
Oh, nice.
Boo.
All right, I'd like you to inflict. I'd like you to inflict vicious mockery on all the other members of the party.
Oh god.
Oh no, if you roll high enough, you'll kill Bobby.
Honestly, I didn't even think about that until you mentioned Death Whale, and I was like, "Huh, okay, that's perfect. I'll make a
actually
different pun off of it."
Well, I guess
No,
all's
no, that
well
wasn't
that
something that was
ends
planned
well.
out.
Bobby is still dying.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna roll medicine on that. To
Well,
stabilize
first
him.
of all,
I can-
just for the sake,
Each of them make a
of
roll. I can just
theatrics,
heal him.
roll. Just for the sake of theatrics, Trig, go ahead and roll another death saving throw. If you roll a 20, you just wake up.
If you roll a 1, you die.
Looks like a
No,
success.
if you roll a 1, you lose 2 death saving throws. But
Mhm.
he hadn't lost any yet, so he
no,
was fine.
that's
Oh,
my
yeah,
second.
it
That's
already-
my second success, in fact.
Okay,
Um,
well, you can completely
the
disregard
20.
the medicine check to stabilize him because I'm just gonna heal him.
Let me have my glory, goddammit. You
Nope.
got the kill.
Nope, I have done both.
Well, I rolled before you did it, so too bad.
Okay, he wakes up and then he doesn't need it anyway because he healed 11 health.
Nice.
Or
Thank
not
you.
Well,
wakes up, stabilizes. He stabilizes. You
con-
wouldn't wake him up. with that.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. You have brought down a sky whale and only nearly died in the process.
11 health.
I'm gonna.
Actually, I
Are
barely got
sky
hurt.
whales- Are sky whales like normal whales where like their vomit is worth millions?
I'm gonna.
You don't know.
I'm gonna brush over to Bobby here, and I'm gonna put my hands on his shoulders as he's just come to. I go, Bobby, that was fantastic. Did you see it? It was all swoosh and swoosh. This is what we wanted. This is the adventure we were after.
I didn't see the end of it, but I hope nobody else has made this pun. Well done, everyone.
So, how do we
Don't
cook
worry.
this
Whale.
thing, guys?
The whale moans in pain again.
Like, do we fillet it? Do we have a? I reckon we're going to need to find a way to drag this thing back to that guy, Lysander, I think his name is, Lysander.
Yep.
And see how we cook one of these things. I bet he knows.
I'm going to use my last spell slot, last level 1 spell slot, to. Oh no, I've actually got 2 left. Alright, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself.
I should point out, I'm sitting here on
That's a
six
bloody high
hit
roll.
points.
So that's
Yeah, Godgar's on 6 HP.
oh, fine, you can have my last one in that case. I'll cast it again. There you are.
Go on, roll a 1.
That's what I'm expecting. That'll do. I'm at 12 now. I can take one hit. Not
Not from a
well.
Skywell, you can't.
No,
With a roll of 15, does Cardgar have the insight about the valuables that we can harvest from this whale?
This would be a nature check, not insight.
All right.
that's
You know what?
Insight is- You know what? I have a suggestion. How about we sort looting the corpse of the sky whale on the next session and let people who want to go to sleep go to sleep?
That sounds like a stellar idea.
Yep, absolutely.
It is, after all, 1:45 in the morning.
Yep.
All right. Well, remember, I rolled a 16 nature check. I know all about sky whales.
No, you rolled it after the session ended. That was between games.
Yep, doesn't count.
The stream's still going.
That's
We will cover the nature of your check next time.
Naturally.
Indeed.
right.
That being said, though, I do apologize. That wasn't the most exciting combat session, but it's a giant fucking whale. It's just a sack of hit points, and you
I
guys
had a
as
well
a
of a
as a
time.
bard,
Hey, that was all right.
you guys
man.
as a bard squad don't have the most capacity for damage output, so it
Hey,
kind of dragged on.
Hang on a second. We did all right there, man. We're level 4. We were
Yeah.
hitting quite
Not
high.
anymore. You're not.
Oh, okay.
Straight up to level 6.
No, you've hit 5.
Okay.
Oh, well.
I believe you hit 4 at the end of 2 sessions ago.
Yep.
I
I think
wasn't
so.
I wasn't expecting to level you guys up again for at least a few more sessions, but after something like that,
Splendid.
We've unlocked our potential.
We actually, yes. Oh,
Yeah, I believe that gives us level 3 spells.
it does give us level 3 spells.
it
And
does.
font of inspiration. It doesn't give us counter charm. I was hoping we got counter charm, but that's level 6.
You know what it does give you?
Yeah, more bardic inspiration.
If you were a wizard, it would give you Fireball.
But we're not wizards.
You know,
Correct,
it
so-
gives me it gives me color spray that I can use in our performances.
Oh God, no!
Bad idea.
Do you want to be done for mass murder?
Hang on, is it color spray? It's
Dancing lights, maybe?
oh, sorry, it's a hypnotic pattern.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, hypnotic pattern is a bit less severe than color spray. I'm pretty sure color spray is literally just you fire out a bunch of rays and just deal random bits of damage to people in a cone.
Let's have a look. Because I can't remember. I think there's a chance it just disintegrates people.
Are we still live, Trig?
Let's have a quick look. We are, but we can end it any time. I think we end it now.
I think it's about time we said goodnight.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
See ya.